Gentlemen, boys and girls. Well, no boys and girls actually, because minors are not welcome here. But how are we all doing on this fine evening? Uh, I'm a little bit tired. I'm sorry. The stream was supposed to be earlier. Took a little longer than expected. I was catching up with an old friend of mine, and what a strange conversation. This person was just like spending the entire conversation talking about their shoplifting addiction, and like all the things that they were like stealing, and like all the bad stuff that they were doing, and like they were talking about how much like they loved Hitler. It was really weird, man. No, I'm kidding. I'm trolling. I know they're watching. Sorry. So, I should probably start this off by saying, right, it's gonna be really cringe, I know. I'm gonna ask for a little bit of seriousness, some decency tonight. Um, it's not gonna be a completely serious stream because there are some people that in the aftermath of what occurred today that I think deserve to be laughed at. Um, but in regards to the event itself, I should probably give some brief comments on it. For those of you that are, somehow not aware, uh, the founder of Turning Point USA, conservative political commentator and debater, Charlie Kirk, was assassinated at Utah Valley University. He was there to do his, change my view, or not change my view, prove me wrong thing, where he sets up a booth and college students and members of the public can come up to him and debate him. And at some point in the course of this activity, while he was answering questions and put the mic down, a what is believed to be a singular distance shot rang out, and the videos of it are all over X. And I will say, right, I tend to be normally desensitized to this stuff, but this one is weird for me because, it's no secret I'm a liberal, right? I don't like the guy or his political views, but not in like a homicidal dislike, and also in a way of like, I'm used to like watching, like seeing like memes about him, and like seeing like laughing at like the cringe debates he was doing or whatever. And it was weird to see him in that normal setup where you would see him on like a YouTube short, that normal debate setup he's doing, and then watch him get shot in the neck and start bleeding out. Like, regardless of if I didn't like him, that was just like fucking like horrific, right? I'm sorry to anybody that had to see that. I would advise you don't go and watch the video because there's several videos of it. But I'll say this, okay? I like to be an edgelord, okay? I think that sometimes conservatives do this act of like feigned appeal to morality of like, how could you laugh at this? How could you, whatever, when they don't demonstrate that themselves. And other examples, like when, Paul Pelosi was attacked with a hammer. But this is objectively horrible. As much as I do not like Charlie Kirk, I will say that he did believe in, having political dialogue, and that should be the bare minimum, but it's not really exercised by a lot of people now, and I think political dialogue is a good thing. And despite disagreeing with him on almost everything and thinking some of his like points and the way he argued them was a bit disingenuous, I can appreciate and respect, even if it's against low-hanging fruit like college students, the willingness to engage in political debate and his belief in that, right? The like acts of violence like this, regardless if I disagree, solve absolutely nothing, and in fact do the polar opposite. As opposed to, stopping his ideas, this act will more than likely be accelerationist. Various groups are going to be blamed, and this will potentially be used as a justification to do horrible shit to those groups or infringe on freedoms, etc., etc. It's going to shut down people. It's going to polarize an already polarized country and make both sides view each other as less human, right? And ultimately, in regards to the individual, there are two children that don't have a father. There are two children that will probably grow up, and at some point, potentially online, whether they try to avoid it or not, maybe one day we'll run into the video that I saw today of their father getting shot in the neck and bleeding out, and that's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. There is no excuse for it. There is no, there's no way around it. And regardless if Charlie Kirk showed a lack of empathy in various situations in his commentary and coverage on certain things, I'm not like that, right? I have empathy for him. I have empathy for his children. And I think this was a horrible thing, and I hope that whoever was responsible gets brought to justice. I think that anybody on the left right now, and to be fair, right, the right is going to try to pretend like the left wants this. The vast majority of leftists that I've seen, even ones I dislike, have universally condemned this, right? But I also have seen, it's mostly from like your Twitter stan accounts, like the low IQ, like brain dead, like Twitter stan account type lefties that like don't know anything, that have attempted to mitigate or justify this. And to those people, you're not on my side. I want nothing to do with you. I don't think you're leftist, right? I'm against the death penalty because I believe in, rehabilitation, and even when it comes to severe crimes like murder, and they probably are too. They could probably talk about murderers being rehabilitated, yet when it comes to somebody being massacred because of his political views with no due process or anything, right, that's like an act worth celebrating. So I think that's reprehensible. I think you're, a leftist in name only, and I think that we don't need to stoop to the level of celebrating this kind of shit. Not to say that many are, okay? The right is also disingenuously trying to paint this as an act condoned by the left, or that the left as a whole is somehow responsible for this, and it's literally just using this guy's death for your own political means. It's incredibly selfish, it's disrespectful to his family, and it makes no logical sense. That's my thoughts on this, right? That's my thoughts on this. It's still a very new, fresh situation. Despite the fact, this is something I'm going to talk about that might be a little more lighthearted, I guess. The sheer incompetence of the FBI, okay? To start us off, right? Whoever shot this guy, at least 3 times today, the shooter was caught. Okay, at least 3 times say the shooter was caught. And in the first instance, there's a video out there of some old man. We'll check this out real quick. There's a video out there of some old man. I know they have no one in custody. That's the point. Yes, that's the point. This is why I'm talking about incompetence. This is why, because investigations, it's not atypical in investigations like this for multiple suspects be brought in for questioning. Right? This is why you don't live tweet every single moment of your fucking investigation, especially as like the head of, our most significant law enforcement agency, the FBI. But it began today with this. Okay? So you can see at the rally, this guy who apparently is named George Zinn. I've seen at least 2 other names for him, and at least 2 people were just like totally slandered. Like, people were tweeting out, oh, such and such did it. He's a registered Democrat. I was a little surprised when I heard that this was the guy taken into custody. I was a little surprised. Okay? First of all, this is an old guy, right? Your coordination goes down with age. And the single shot that took out Charlie Kirk and hit him in what I believe to be the jugular, it just doesn't seem like likely that this guy in the crowd pulled out a pistol and did that, because he wouldn't be up close, because when you watch videos, you don't see him there up close. You don't see the shooter up close. You don't even see him in the immediate crowd. So to believe that this guy did it from the crowd, you'd have to believe that with a pistol or something, he shot him from a considerable distance. It made no sense. And it made no sense because this guy didn't shoot Charlie Kirk.
How dare you! How dare you! How dare you!
Wait, why is it so quiet? Oh, my volume's all the way down.
How dare you! How dare you! How dare you! You're such a monster! What a monster! Such a monster! Monster! A monster! How dare you!
Back it up! Back it up!
So this guy right here was arrested for obstruction of justice, I believe, and to my knowledge was just like later released. I don't know what he was doing. It could have been as much as just like getting in police's way. Like being like incredibly like I don't know. But he was arrested for obstruction of justice and later released. This is not our shooter, right? So, you know, now you say, okay, well, you know, the shooter is still on the loose. And that would be an appropriate assumption up until the director of the FBI later on today, a man by the name of Kash Patel, okay, completely incompetent, tweets out this. The subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates when able. That's fairly quick. That's fairly quick, right? It's like, let's start high-fiving, job well done. The public's not on edge looking around anymore because they believe the shooter to be caught. The problem is he wasn't caught. They brought in a suspect, which is, or somebody that they suspected could be like a person of interest without anything like definitive, right? You follow leads in a case like this. And this fucking moron decides to just start live tweeting the investigation like he's some like fucking T account, like as if this is not like a very serious pending investigation. Now he later got, and while he's saying this, by the way, while he's tweeting this, at an FBI press conference, allegedly, in the area, his own agents were stating the shooter was not in custody. So there was like a ton of confusion. We have this guy from earlier that was caught and then released. Now someone else is caught, but they don't have the guy. What the fuck is going on here? And then Kash Patel goes and later says, the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in interest of transparency. So maybe, crazy thought, you don't live tweet your active fucking investigation, you moron, because there are potentially now still people out there that just think this, a lot of people still think the suspect's caught. He's not, okay? Whoever did this is actively on the loose. And based on information from police scanners, he has a 7-hour head start, potentially more, right? Because after Charlie Kirk was shot, authorities believe that the person that shot him escaped campus. Now I'm going to elaborate on this in a second.
Confirm the university, no suspect in custody. They've released that individual. Okay. And they're still looking for him. Do they think he's in this building? They're thinking this building right now?
No. We have cameras that show that he left campus.
Okay, shows cameras that he left campus. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this guy is out there. He said hours, just to be clear, from Orem, Utah, where this occurred. I've been there before, right? I believe the drive to the border crossing in Mexico, just to put it, I don't know if that's what he's doing. If he started fleeing at this point in time, he'll be over the border in Mexico in a few hours, if that's where he was going, like 2-3 hours. And the only description of him at this time, I believe, is that just all black, sunglasses, long gun. There's nothing detailed. And if he's disposed of the murder weapon, he potentially could get over the border, right? So we don't know where this guy is. We don't know if this guy is still in the country, if he's planning on leaving the country, if he's thinking about targeting others. We have absolutely no fucking clue. Okay? Now, let's talk about the person that did this. And I know there's been more confirmations, more developments, but in the immediate, normally when shootings like this happen, you see people claiming that certain people are the shooter that aren't, or like when the shooting happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, when the Trump rally shooting, you had people tweeting out photos of SWAT teams that were on the roof as if those SWAT members were the shooter, right? So there was allegedly a man spotted on the roof both before and in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. And I decided to figure out if that man in both of those videos was in the same location at that point in time. And if so, well, let's just take a look. I used Google Earth. I just want to make sure I'm not showing anything I'm not supposed to. Hold on. So I made a little map here. I'll read chat in a sec. Okay. So this is the campus, right? We've got the campus right here. And wait, hold on. I'm gonna move this over to my. Okay, I'm closing Hoi 4. Sorry, that was open from before the stream. I'm not playing Hoi 4 right now. Let's get this open on my main screen. Okay. I made a map, and I believe that the location of the man that had initially been on the roof is now confirmed to be the location where Charlie Kirk was shot from. So let's go to this map, okay? This is where Charlie Kirk's booth had been set up, okay? Now, prior to the shooting, men that were students of the university, what I believe to be students, that were walking down this way prior to a shooting where the rally was, saw somebody on the roof, and they decided to take a video. So oh, okay.
Get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that.
So he's in a prone sniper-like position. Okay, this is at the top of a building that is called Lassie Hall or the Lassie building or something. And this is actually where campus officials had confirmed the shooter was firing from. Not exactly where, but this is the building that we see this figure, what looks like a figure in the prone position in all black, which was the shooter's description prior to the actual shooting itself.
So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying?
Huh.
He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there.
So this is before the shooting. Now what this guy has stated, keep this in mind for later. He ran from over here. Well, let me make it bigger for you. He ran from over here. He ran from the right to the left. Now that's going to be important later, right? But we have this, I call him Rooftop Man, okay? We don't know if he's the shooter at this point. It seems like now the evidence suggests that he is. So this is Rooftop Man right here, right? His location, figured out the video itself was taken from here, right? And he was, the marker's a little messed up. He was right here on this upper little area. Right, you can see in the video this little like grate thing that shows you exactly where he was. So he was right here. Now keep in mind, Kirk is right over there. Now the shooting occurs. Okay, the shooting happens, and this, I guess, this is known as the Hall of Flags, which is a location where students are able to. Also, good thing to mention, the distance between these two. I measured it at about 120 something meters. Apparently, it's about 200 yards. I don't know if my measurements are exact, and I can't do the isn't it like a meter is like 1.9 yards or vice versa? Or no, a meter is like 1.9 yards. I can't do the, but basically keep in mind about 200 yards from this distance. Now, the AP has now confirmed that that was the case. The Associated Press and the New York Times have tweeted out maps that confirm the shooter was shooting from here, which is the same place that earlier I had tracked Rooftop Man, where he had been lying prone. Now this is the Hall of Flags. It's a building with flags where students, where there's like booths and like students hang out. I don't remember the exact purpose of the building, but students were sitting in there, potentially watching Kirk speak from the outside, and this is where we're met with video number 2. So, oh no, this is the recording location, my bad. Video number 2, whoa, let's zoom out. Now we see a guy running. And I did this to confirm that the man running and the man spotted earlier on the rooftop were the same person. So we see this video taken from inside the Hall of Flags. And I want you to notice up here, the shooting has just happened. You see that? See that? Remember the guy said he ran from the back of the building to the front because that was where that guy's right to left was from where he was standing at the time. Right? That's the same location we saw the man who was on the rooftop earlier. Okay? Keep that in mind. And this is the place that maps published by the Associated Press and the New York Times has now confirmed the actual same building that campus officials had said the shots were fired from, and this is now the same general area that the New York Times and Associated Press has said that the shooter where he was. Right? Don't be confused with this building. This is actually a closer building. The building he's on is behind this building, so he's a bit farther away. I know it looks like the same building, right? So people get down. You can see the guy run in the video. He's dressed in all black, what looks like all black. Now, the reason where he was running is relevant and how it seems like he fled campus so quickly is because there are so many options. If he is shooting from... Wait, fuck. If he's shooting from right here, there are so many options for a getaway. So this might be a little bit higher in person, too seen. He might not have jumped off of here. But if we go around here, this is at more of an incline and would probably not be a long way down. Quick jump down. Now, I would imagine security cameras, right, are normally placed near doors. When they say they saw him fleeing on security camera, it could have been from him hopping down here, right? This seems like the most feasible location from where this guy would have hopped down. It's not in plain view of the crowd. It's not in plain view of the parking lot. And it gives you direct access to a parking lot, which I don't think he was parked at, to be clear. I don't think he would have parked here. But you can just go, it's Utah. The roads are not really that busy over in Orem. You could just easily cross the street. Where was it? You could easily cross the street, and what do you know? Little open passageway to a residential street or a driveway where cars could have been parked, right? Could have parked his car on the side road. That's what they do sometimes to avoid detection. Could have parked his car on the residential street. Could have parked his car in the main parking lot, which I don't think he did. His car could have been parked at this giant parking lot, right? There were many considerable options, all in the back, for where his getaway ride could have been. And in my opinion, I believe this location right here, due to the knowledge of him being caught on security cameras, etc., is and where it's located, is the most likely spot where he had escaped from. So what we know is Rooftop Man and Running Man are the same exact person, and they are both most likely our shooter. Do with that what you will, right? Whoever this person is, they are on the loose. They could be anywhere. I personally believe it's going to be probably a Criminal Minds over here. I personally believe it's going to be 20 to early 30s, you know, probably white male. And that's about as much as I'm willing to speculate. Now, what do we do here? Whoa. Now, I can't remember correctly. I'm almost certain I've been to this college because I've been to 4 colleges up in Utah. I know I've been to where is it? Utah State up in Layton, and then I think or not Layton, in Logan. I've been to University of Utah in Salt Lake City, and I've been to, I think it was Weber State over by Ogden. But I also had gone somewhere else for like some sort, I don't remember why the fuck, but I'm almost certain I was at this school. I have to double check. It's a long time ago. Are you saying only white men can make, that is not what I'm saying, but like based on what we know about other assassins that kill people in this manner. That's like typically the trend. I believe the person that did it had planned meticulously. He knew exactly how he was going to get away. He knew exactly, I don't think this was someone that just, the thing is, Charlie Kirk might not have been his first target, but Charlie Kirk is, if you want to target conservatism, you want to target a conservative figure, Charlie Kirk has security, but he's not a politician. So his security is probably not going to be as, I guess, what would the right word be? Thorough, as if he were an elected official. Charlie Kirk also is going on a tour, right? So you could figure out where he's going to be before he's there, et cetera, which creates, for somebody who wants to attack a conservative figure, the opportunity for planning and execution seems, pretty easy to do in this case. You're saying, I'm not saying black men cannot plan. I'm just saying in terms of political assassinations, there is almost always, also, by the way, you also have to consider the location. This is Utah, by the way. I'm not saying black people don't live in Utah, but it was like an exciting event when I was in Utah if I like managed to see at least like one non-white person. It was just like, I didn't even know it was going, like, it was incredible, right? It's a very, everyone kind of looks the same. It's a little creepy, but, there is not a lot of black people in Utah as well. So, and based on, like, assassin profiles, it seems like this is most likely going to be a white man. I'm not saying black people do not assassinate people. I've never said that. Black people can also be political assassins. Yes, Malcolm X is a good example, right? But it's just not typical. It's also not typical. It's also not typical for women, right? It's not typical for women to be political. They're what you do is when you look at like the trends to figure out what it most likely was, and the trend is a lot of potential would-be political assassins over time and recently have been younger people. You lean towards younger people because violence is more likely to be perpetuated by people, I think, mostly in their 20s to 30s, right? But in like the case of political assassinations, 20s to early 30s seems to be kind of the trend. Okay, I know what you're trying to do here, and I'm gonna ask mods that if anyone is just like fucking like trolling or whatever, or like being a fucking optics nightmare, please get them out of chat. Thanks. Sorry, Edgar. Sorry, buddy. I love you, but not today, man. I'm sorry. I don't know how we're making this an erase thing right now. I'm just telling you that's most likely what the shooter is going to be. With that being said, in Butler, they found a ladder. Anything like that here? No, we've seen no indication that there was a ladder. We've seen no indication of a ladder. We've seen, we haven't seen a whole lot of indication of anything, right? They're probably, if this guy was parking his car, they might get him on surveillance from where he parked his car. There is going to be someone out there that may suspect that he did this, but whether it be denial, your mind plays tricks on you that the person you know and love couldn't have done this horrible thing, might not have reported it, and if they did add his name, tip off the FBI and give his name to the FBI, he's going to be a you know, everybody is theorizing about this right now, so I can't imagine the amount of names that the FBI has received. He's just going to be like another one in the list. You check for tunnels. Got it. Hold on. By the way, mods, you need to be super annoying tonight. Super fucking annoying tonight. Please. Zero tolerance. Not because it's, oh, it's like a tragic situation. So no, it's just, I'm annoyed. I'm personally annoyed. Just fucking behave yourselves for one segment. That's all I ask. Okay. Now that we have figured out what's happened, we figured out where the shooter most likely shot from. We figured out, you know, what happened here. And by the way, something else I feel the need to comment on is how ridiculously long it took. And I get why they do this. For, like, people to accept that he, like, had died, right? There had been... Tim Pool was tweeting, oh, I heard he's in stable condition. I get it. You want to be hopeful. If you watch the video, it's clear that some kind of artery in Charlie's neck had been severed by the bullet. And if it was his jugular, which it most likely is, because the wound appeared right next to the Adam's apple, and I think this is where your interior jugular is going to be. And it could have potentially if it, depending on the trajectory, didn't look like it severed the carotid artery, but the jugular, right? The carotid is more dangerous, but the jugular is also incredibly dangerous to sever, and that is something that is hard to survive. He, like, went out almost immediately from the blood loss. The brain's not getting blood. He was dead before he got to the hospital, more than likely. And I knew it probably wasn't going to be, you know, that was most likely going to be the result. That looked like an unsurvivable wound. Now, what I don't know, as well as, you see the shirt kind of move up, and you see what looks like a black mark appear in the shirt, and some were saying he got hit in the chest. So, I don't know if it was the case, the bullet came up through hit him in the shirt, came up through the shirt, and then entered through the jugular, or if it just hit the jugular and, like, the force of it kind of made his shirt move a little bit. I don't know if that, either or, but I just know the part of him that got hit. This is, if you were to go back in time to yesterday and tell me that today I would be covering the assassination of Charlie Kirk, it's like, it's different because it doesn't really feel like a politician to me. This is like a guy, like, you see, like, kind of like poke fun at. He's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like, he feels a lot closer than a politician person. I know he is, like, up with the fucking, you know, bigwigs or whatever, but it's really, really, like, surreal. It's really strange. I'm still, like, it's a hard fucking thing to believe. It's just like some guy you grew up seeing here and there. Yes. And then I also think what added to it was that the video was him in the same place you always see him, except instead of getting some wacky debate clip, it's him bleeding out. It's him dying. Like, that's, like, the part that's, like, surreal. You know, I don't normally get, like, shaken up by this kind of stuff. I don't know what it is. I didn't like this guy, obviously, beforehand. Not that that's, like, super relevant right now, but, like, this one for me is just, like, it's, like, bizarre. It's completely bizarre. Now that we've gone about that, there were some other things relating to this and its immediate aftermath that I feel like we should go over briefly. Now, for those of you that don't know, and I'm not blaming her, by the way, okay, but Z. Cohen Sanchez, who has led the Unfuck America tour to combat Charlie Kirk and follow him to college campuses and formerly with Dean Withers and Parker get a job and like do like I guess liberal debates or liberal advocacy, etc., etc. But like Charlie Kirk was like her main enemy, and she was apparently going to be debating him at some point soon. Now Z is working with Destiny. She feels disingenuous. That's why a lot of people don't like her. But a clip came out today, tweeted out by J-Stock, who is also an incredibly annoying individual.
Just kind of.
Wait, why is J-Stock? Why am I on J-Stock's Twitter right now? There we go. Now, Z called in to Destiny's stream today. Let's check this out. This was after the shooting, right? You've just watched a man die. And I'm not the one that likes to morally posture over stuff like it's not even about like morality. It's just like how inauthentic this individual is. That's like surreal to me. Z calls in. Okay. Z calls in and says this.
Well, what's up? I'm streaming, by the way.
This is. Did you see what happened?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like, dude, Charlie's gonna be fucking dead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's already dead. Yeah.
Dude, we're fucked. We are so fucked.
By we, you mean we as a country right now?
He's correcting her because she's like going onto a live. She's like a moron. She's going onto a live stream because she probably understands that there are going to be morons that like go after her over this, and her org's going to like I don't know, right? She's seeing the bad implications for her and Destiny and her brand and her business, right? That's what I believe she means when she says we're fucked. And that's what I think that Destiny knows she means when she says we're fucked. But obviously that does not look great when this guy just got shot. So Destiny's trying to, like, do an interpretation of it in, like, a better light. Like, you mean, oh, like us as a country?
The United States and the current...
Like that, the party, but, like, mostly,
Also,
like...
yes,
like,
wait.
probably...
He interrupts her. She's going to talk about herself.
I think that we're super fucked. I agree. Hold on, wait. I'll text you on Discord.
Because he knew what she was about to say. He knew she was going to make herself look fucking awful. She doesn't take the hint. Yeah, he knew what she was about to... It was going to be like an optics nightmare. That's why he's, like, doing the awkward smile. Be charitable to her as she would be to others in her... I'm not saying she did it. I'm not saying... This is what's... When people commit suicide or are murdered, the most reprehensible fucking moronic thing that people like to do is take anybody that dislikes them or was critical of them or enemies with them, where if it was a context where this person didn't die, this person would be totally okay. But then after this person dies, we judge this person as if they could see that consequence occurring at the time and as if they contributed to that, right? It's moronic. Okay, Kathy, you need to calm down. You're, like, obsessive. Aiden, what is sarcasm? What sarcasm am I not getting here? Where's the sarcasm? Okay. The chatter that's not sarcasm. It is a joke. It's not there's a difference. But okay. I don't care to explain that to you right now, to be honest. It's not something I really care about. But yeah. So that happened. And the beautiful, intelligent, lovely Nancy Mace had some things to say today. So let's check this out. God, if I told you how much I love Nancy Mace, dude. Now that's sarcasm, bro. That's sarcasm. So she's talking to getting her, like, she likes to do little photo ops and like press stunts. Okay, so she wants to go be like performative and get her W's in front of the press. She's an actress, right? She's an actress. So Nancy May, this is a very good clip. Let's take a look at this.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today.
No, we don't. We absolutely do not. We don't, right? Just like I'm not gonna blame every Republican for supporting what happened to Paul Pelosi. I'm not gonna blame every Republican for the deaths of Democrat politicians, right? We do not own this. Just by virtue, you would have to concede by saying we own this that you cannot be heavily critical of somebody without being responsible for the incitement of homicide. This is such a this is such a fucking, when like Republicans are leading their constituents to believe that like the Democrat Party is like protecting like elite pedophiles, and that the Democrat Party hates you and hates your family and wants you suffer and wants you dead and wants you like things that would lead you to hate somebody. If a Democrat was to die as a result of that, surely Republicans would take accountability for the usage of that rhetoric, right?
I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. All the kids of every conservative in the country called panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
We agree. Almost every single mainstream fucking Democrat politician agrees.
Then by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the 2 Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Yeah, so fucking true. So true. Who is this guy? Reporter of the year. We need more of this energy, sir. This guy's a Chad. Even though his hairline is receding, it's just like compensated for just like how much of a fucking giga Chad this guy is.
Minnesota?
Political.
Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking.
Now we do she just used Charlie Kirk's death to use it as a political weapon to blame the Democrats for it as if they support it, and now he's going to confront her with by trying to see if she holds consistency in her own logic when it has negative implications for her own side, and now she's going to feign some form of moral outrage to avoid answering the question.
I don't know what condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
You literally just made a point that Democrats are responsible for this violence, while at this point, he wasn't even confirmed dead yet at this point, right? We had reason to believe, for those of you that didn't see the video, I had reason to believe he was fighting for his life, etc., etc. So like using this as a political weapon is totally okay, while Charlie Kirk is either dead or dying, right? When it suits your own ends. But then when they do it, it's like, how could you right now?
No, I'm asking
not
you.
at all.
You said the Democrats have to own it too. But I'm asking,
Democrats own this.
But isn't there a problem with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking about right now.
But surely she also like said when the Minnesota lawmakers were killed, she surely made a comment blaming Republicans for that, right? Crickets? Anybody?
Right now, Democrats own this 100%.
Fuck you. Is this an edited photo? Puddle Sucker, where did you source this? This is not from the building today, right? No, that's not from today. I don't think this is from today, is it? I'm gonna check the building again, right? No. Yeah, that's not from today. Okay, I don't know where you got this photo. That's fake? Yeah, I said that was fake. Or I said this is probably fake. Sorry, I just double checked. Don't pretend like I just pulled that up and said this is like real. Everyone can rewind and see that I was inquiring as to its legitimacy and then double checked and confirm that it was not real. It's not embarrassing. It's not embarrassing to go pull up a claim, verify its legitimacy, and then dismiss it because you've just verified that it is not real. It's not true. That's what you typically should do. Now, ideally, it would be preferable if I didn't pull it up to begin with, but I think I've met my basic burden. What is... Hold on. Okay. So we've got that reaction from Nancy Mace. Now there's someone else who has something to say. Okay, there's someone else who has something to say. Actually, two others. Edgar, I would unban you if I could. I've lost track of you in this chat. You're like 24-houred. I'd have to go back. If anyone can find Edgar and like do like change it to a 10-second timeout, one of the mods, please do so. But you genuinely might be 24-houred. I don't know if I can undo it if I can't find you in the chat. With that being said, someone else had something to say. And words cannot express how much I hate this individual. Right? You want to talk about a global rise in anti-Semitism, right? Even though I think in countries like America, Jews are perfectly safe. I'd say just as safe as the general populace, right? Actually, I think the numbers would be slightly higher if you're like visibly like an Orthodox Jew or whatever. But if you want to, if you want to, dude, something just went down the wrong way. If you want to make a big deal about anti-Semitism, right? Surely you're going to be like conscious of making sure not to act as a representative for the Jewish community and then unnecessarily, for your own God knows what reasons, contribute to the reinforcement of anti-Semitic stereotypes and caricatures whilst claiming to be a representative of the Jewish community. Surely you're not going to do that if you like care about anti-Semitism, right? You wouldn't do that, right? Well, Rabbi Shmuley, okay, the guy who I've taken gripes with because of this very thing, right? I don't think that if you're claiming to be some like Jewish spiritual figure or just like a notable Jewish figure, right? I don't think religiously, right? Judaism is like a core, essential part of your identity. I don't think it's a great idea to be in promotions for your daughter's dildo shop, personally, right? I don't think it's a good idea to go prancing around Europe, and he does this, and film, and I shit you not, he has said this, film like historic buildings that have like ugly McDonald's built into them, and like talk, yeah, this ugly McDonald's was built into here by the Americans after we conquered the Germans or whatever, serves them right, it's revenge. Like contribute to narratives about like spite against these people and the ensuing like celebrating the what you perceive as the destruction of their culture, right? Why would you ever do that? Not just because of the image of Jews, also that's like a retard, like to think that Germans today are responsible, unless it's like some fucking 95-year-old concentration camp guard. I think like the logic of thinking that Germans bear any responsibility today for the actions of their forefathers is like actually moronic, and we should not contribute to that in any sense, and it is like super bigoted to do so. But also, if you claim to care about anti-Semitism, that's just like a fucking like moronic thing to do. But how does this tie into Charlie Kirk? Well, Rabbi Shmuley came out today and had some things to say. Let's check this out.
We've been friends for... Hi, everyone. It's odd to have to make this comment from a hospital where I am right now, but I know Charlie Kirk extremely well. We've been friends for more than a decade. Thank God I was involved in bringing Turning Point closer to Israel. I spoke for Turning Point so many times. Introduced Charlie to many pro-Israel supporters, benefactors. This is such a tragedy, his shooting, and I want to tell you, as we pray for he's 31 years old, and he's a father and a husband, as we pray, and a phenomenal friend to the Jewish people in Israel, as we...
Just like inject that part in at the end. So I guess he's like a father, and he's also like a phenomenal friend of Israel, a great defender.
Pray for his complete recovery in his life. And we should all be praying. I have to say I'm not in any way surprised or shocked. The culture of demonization, especially of pro-Israel activists.
So we're going to make this about Israel. There are several people that, on several different issues, where their passion could be incited, where they could potentially be motivated to commit a horrific act against this individual, right? But he's going to act like this is something about Israel.
And he's so pro-Israel on campus.
But it gets worse.
It's become lethal. And I live with lethal threats every day of my life, and it shocks my wife and my children and all the people around me. And it's become...
I could do the dishonest thing and immediately say, oh, you're making it about you. When people say things like this, they're not always just trying to make it about them. I know I have reason to believe he is trying to make it about him, and I'll go into that in a sec. But in general, right, people could invoke their own personal experience to relate, to show you they understand, to show you this hits close to home for them, and they have empathy for you more significantly because of that.
Sick. And you'll say to me, okay, but
some guy's like trying to fucking like I guess he's in some guy's trying to see his like dying grandma, and like Rabbi Shmuley's like standing in the way.
The guy who shot him, we don't know why. Yeah, we don't, but we do know that it's the pro-Israel activism and activists who get the most threats, and from these disgusting anti-Semitic sickos. Yes, it's also demonization of conservative activists and MAGA and all that, of course. But Israel is the top of that list. And remember, like even with President Trump, the #1 country trying to assassinate him is Iran.
Let's make this about Iran, Israel. Dude, great stuff, Rabbi Shmuel. He's not the only one doing this, by the way. Everyone is trying to use this to suit their own ends. There are people that are claiming nobody dislikes Israel more than I do, okay? They actually call me the top Israel hater on earth. Do I think Israel did this one? No. Probably not, right? I don't think Israel did this one. I believe it was I know it's controversial to say, because everyone's like, it was a Soros-paid fucking professional hired by the Israelis and blah. I think this is gonna be a lone wolf. I genuinely believe it's gonna be a lone wolf. I think that's totally plausible. I don't think there's a conspiracy and everything. But I also don't think this is the Iranians either. That's also moronic, right? That being said, he makes it about that, but that's not the main gripe I have. That's not the main issue. For those of you that have already seen it, for his recovery, I've spoken for my friend many times. I'm in shock and praying for his recovery. Help protect Rabbi Shmuley. And then he links his own GoFundMe. 506 replies. He knows that every tweet he puts out is inciting more, and he words it and does it in a way that makes him as controversial as possible to the general populace while claiming to act as some sort of representative and advocate of Jewish people. And he understands how and why and what he's doing to incite further hatred, to the point where I sometimes have legitimately wondered if this guy's like actually just being paid off by someone to stoke up anti-Semitism abroad for like so the diaspora can like move to Israel or some shit. Now I know that's like tinfoil or whatever. I don't think that's necessarily what's happening. But at this point, I don't even think that's like, I think that could be like plausible with what's going on. We're going to check out the GoFundMe here. Hold on. How much is Rabbi Shmuley asking for? Can we get a guess? I'll take guesses. Can we get a guess? How much you think Rabbi Shmuley is asking you for? How much is he asking you for? Any guesses? We've got 10,000, 15,000. Okay, it's not a million. 500, 100,000. Let's take a look. Rabbi Shmuley is looking for $500,000. Okay? For what reason? I don't know. His work. What work does Rabbi Shmuley do? The best thing Rabbi Shmuley could do for the Jewish community is to live as a private figure. To go be Rabbi Shmuley somewhere else, offline. That's the best thing he can do for the world and for the Jewish community. Okay? He doesn't contribute to anything good. Why should he receive funding to help him further engage in something that is totally counterintuitive? And I don't get it, man. I don't get it. But he wants $500,000. Rabbi Shmuley is targeted and attacked all over the world. In this case, didn't he literally like just start walking into the... And I'm not saying that this justifies physical assault, okay? But let's not pretend like it's some act of like anti-Semitic targeting when you walk into the middle of like some fucking pro-Palestinian protest in another country and start like antagonizing. Like, these are people who feel very strongly about this issue, in my opinion, rightfully so. And if you're like going to up to a group of people who believe that there's a nation that is committing genocide and walk into the middle of this protest and start hyping up that nation that you believe is committing genocide, you were just there to instigate. You were just there hoping you could start something and play victim. There's no reason to do this. Doesn't help anyone. But he wants your money so he can continue to, I guess, go and instigate. But the attacks against him are out of control. Wait. Rabbi Shmuley's target attacked all over the world as the best-known defender of Israel. Dude, what's the joke I keep thinking about? Oh, it was like, yeah, in World War II, my grandfather downed 20 German planes. He was the worst pilot. He was the worst pilot he was the worst pilot Nazi Germany ever had. Or no, he was the worst mechanic Nazi Germany ever had. Right? It's like this guy is here to supposedly defend. And in the process of defending, he's doing more work at attacking the Jewish community than any fucking propaganda wing of any anti-Semitic organization can ever hope to do. I'm sorry, I blew the punchline. Yeah, dude. Supposed to be perfect all the time. Sorry. You butchered that. Wow, it's not like I knew that or anything. It's absurd. Nothing gets past you, fucking Sherlock Holmes. Great contribution. But yeah, this is just incredibly selfish and greedy, and hurts everyone, and this guy needs to quit. I despise him with every fiber of my being. I don't just despise him for contributing to... Okay, I didn't need to look at that. I don't just despise him for contributing to anti-Semitism. That's actually secondary to why I don't like him. I don't like him because I think a lot of the shit he says is just fucking, like, horrible, awful. Like, he's actively a propagandist for another nation that I believe is, like, derelict in the responsibilities and morality of what is recognized as like a sovereign nation, right? And yeah, I obviously just hate this guy. Now, who else might be making this about them? Who else? Who else? Okay, here's what we're not gonna do. Okay, and you know me. You know I love edgy jokes. You know I am obviously not offended by Jewish jokes. When I'm covering someone else that is Jewish and uses every opportunity to like claim perceived anti-Semitism, what I don't want you doing is taking this time to start making your edgy fucking Jewish jokes. Because if I ever get covered, what are you gonna do? Or what are they gonna do? They're gonna claim I'm a token Jew pick-me with a fucking anti-Semitic community, which isn't true, by the way. It's jokes, right? But this is the worst time to do that. So I can tolerate Jewish jokes. Any other segment, I will not tolerate when I'm covering Ethan Klein. I will not tolerate when I'm covering Rabbi Shmuley. I don't want to give people ammo. I think that's like totally fair. I think that's totally fair. You can control yourself for like 30 more minutes. Anyways. I know it's no. I know it's memes, okay? I'm aware it's memes, okay? I understand. I know you're not being serious. But whatever your intent is, that does not change that you're providing the ability for someone else to potentially spin the narrative, to dismiss my credibility or my criticism by virtue of the community that I have, right? So I know you're joking, but someone from the outside can obviously spin that, and that's why on certain segments, I just want you to, like, you know, behave accordingly. I don't think that's a big ask. Sorry. Okay, cool. I think I'm being pretty reasonable. But someone else decided to make this about them. Who could it be? Who could it be? Oh, wait, there was one more thing I wanted to cover. I don't know if it's just me. I get what she was trying to do. Is this tweet not, like, wild, dude? I'm trying not to. I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk next week. And I was excited to meet the man that built the Turning Point Empire. Now I will be debating an empty chair and a family. Wait. I know what she was trying to do. I think this is like, it comes off like a kind of insensitive. I don't know, dude. I think it's like just not well worded whatsoever. Now I will be debating an empty chair. And then really what adds to it is this little like frowning emoji at the end. This is like, she's gonna be in charge of like optics for the new liberals. She's gonna be in charge of fixing the image of liberals amongst younger voters. And she doesn't even realize that, hey, maybe like you shouldn't be calling into Destiny's stream to make this about how this is going to affect you. Maybe like you should like think about this tweet a little bit more before you go and put it out. I don't know, dude. I don't know. By the way, do you guys remember how I said that I would... Remember Tectone was quitting, and it was obvious sympathy baiting, and I might be gone for a few months, a year, and I said to you that due to his personality type, he like requires to maintain any form of like happiness. He requires the admiration and approval of other people, and he's like addicted to this. He will not be able to step away for over a month. How long did it take? Like a week? Maybe? Like a week or something? 2 weeks? Because apparently he's back. I'll check this out real quick. Then we'll move on to Ethan Klein. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm on my main YouTube. Hey guys. I'm on my main YouTube channel. Fuck.
Hey guys. Sorry about the
I just got like exposed as like a total commie, didn't I?
Shit quality on my phone. But I just have a lot of thoughts about what's going on in the world right now. You know,
Remember when like fucking liberal celebrities used to be mocked for recording videos like this inside their mansion? Like this is literally like the type of shit they used to do. When like George Floyd died or whatever, they would make the most like generic statement recorded like in this format from inside their fucking mansions. This like it's the same format.
Got a chest and sternum tattoo today for 4.5 hours, and I thought that was going to be the most...
Already giving you a factoid about himself.
pain that I felt today. And then, well, in case you didn't check the news or Twitter, or God forbid you check Blue Sky, Charlie Kirk was assassinated live in front of hundreds of people with a bullet to the neck for about 25 minutes. People thought there might be a chance of him surviving. Anybody who saw the footage would know that was definitely not going to be the case.
True.
Recommend you not look into it if you're squeamish. We've seen a lot of death lately, whether that be the multiple white women who have been slaughtered like dogs on public transit or in parks. You know, Charlie Kirk.
What? Huh? Is it like, I feel like this is like a subtle admission that like the lives of white women like matter more to you. And like if that's like the case, just like go and say it outright. Like the deaths of black women, the deaths of Mexican women, the deaths of Latino women, etc., etc., those just like haven't stopped. It's just like like people have tried to use the cases of white people being killed by black people to like suit like their like racial dividing narratives, right? And then he's just like buying into this. But I feel like to inject that, we've seen a lot of death recently, like the deaths of white women. Why did you need to add that as like a why can't we just like the deaths of women?
Kirk, who was assassinated with a bullet to the throat.
There is like a black woman in Chicago turning up strangled or like strangled and thrown in a dumpster like every single fucking week at this point. But I forget it, dude. I could go into a whole rant here.
What's happening in the world right now is deeply unsettling. It has really slowly started to change me how awful the world is right now. And by the way, if you've been on Blue Sky, yes.
Yeah, and also it is. I know she's not the only white person that has ever been killed by a black person in history, right? Or recently, right? But that's like the mainstream example. It was like one woman we saw killed on like public transit. Now that's not to mitigate what happened to her. What happened to her was also horrific. But I'm not horrified by it for racial factors. I'm horrified by it because a human being got stabbed in the neck and was left to bleed out on public transit. I think most of the people that are pretending to care about this purely care about it because of the races involved.
Is being celebrated by far too many people for me to be comfortable with this fact. In case you don't know who Charlie is, he was a right-leaning political commentator. Some might even say he was a far-right political commentator because he's not supporting terrorism, so that means he's a fucking Nazi. Oh my God. Yeah.
Triggered lib.
Charlie Kirk was one of the few political commentators who really kept it fair. And what I mean by that is he's a commentator who wouldn't be there to shove his opinions or his thoughts or his beliefs down your throats or anybody else's.
Unironically, I will say this. When he's like talking like this low volume, his voice is kind of soothing. I'll say that, dude. Like, I would, unironically, if Tectone quit what he was doing and did like a series like Tectone Paints, where he just like paints like Bob Ross and talks in this voice, I'd watch him. I'd support it.
He is someone who believed in a civil discussion, where he would sit down with a peer, where he'd sit down with someone in opposition to him, regardless of your viewpoint. He was.
How is that gay? First of all, if I was gay, I would not be attracted to this individual. Second of all, that it's not a gay thing. His voice just like, I don't know, it's like ASMR or something. Just like a very like calm voice.
Very much down to talk. I've learned a lot from Charlie Kirk recently, where I watched his debate and discussion upon gun safety. And it's very nice to see someone who was willing to put aside their political belief differences and just talk to people as people and come to a mutual understanding of why you believe this, why I believe that, and maybe we can meet somewhere in the middle, or maybe we'll stay on opposing sides. Regardless, they were just there to present their beliefs. I believe the first talk on what he was doing at the college campus, which they're calling a school shooting, by the way. It's not a school shooting. If you call it a school shooting, you're a retard. It's an assassination. It was a very intentional.
Okay, they love to do this game. They love to do this game. So if people point out and say, look at all the white men that do school shootings, they use the definition of school shooting that colloquially we're never thinking of when we think of school shooting. So they'll show as part of that gang violence that occurs on school grounds, which happens, right? Gang violence, right? Or other matters that are not what we would typically associate with a school shooting. What we associate with a school shooting is somebody that enters a school with a weapon, typically motivated by the intent to commit destruction and take as many lives as possible, right? We're not thinking of like gang members targeting other gang members on school grounds, but they'll include that to be like, oh, well, look at all these black school shooters or whatever. Not to say that there aren't black school shooters, to be clear, but it's like we'll use like the informal, we'll use like the super hyper formal definition of school shooting when we can like use it to like like pull the race card. But then when we're talking about like someone like Charlie Kirk, it's like, oh, well, now the motive does matter. It's not merely because, and I agree, by the way, I don't think we should call this a school shooting. It's not merely just the fact that a gun was fired on school grounds. And if that's what you believe, there's a fucking like moth or mosquito or something. If that's what you believe it is, keep that same energy everywhere.
Very deliberate assassination. He was talking about what was going on between the black.
I mean, it was a shooting. Yes, it was a shooting at a school, but almost always when we were talking about school shootings, that's not what we mean. That's not what we mean. We typically mean like suicidal, homicidal individuals, sometimes duos, that go into schools with the intention of some form of revenge or destruction, taking as many human lives as possible. Not people that necessarily enter as part of like to take a life out of a dispute that's like occurring outside of school, like a gang member targeting a member of a rival gang.
Prime, I believe I haven't seen the full video yet, and I believe he was about to talk about the transgender shootings and, well, how apropos that's when that happened. And I think that the feeling of Blue Sky celebrating a man's death because you don't share their political views, you're a disgusting fuck. No one, and I mean this, no one deserves to die because they have a different political belief than you. You can jail them if you want, if it's truly that severe and they act on it, but it's just a guy who didn't do anything wrong other than present a different...
I agree, actually. True. I don't believe that we should kill anyone unless you can prove to me that their death will offer, and that also involves like the precedent of allowing their death. Like, if we open the door to this, will from a consequentialist perspective, are we preventing harm by taking this life? Right? And I don't think harm was prevented here. I don't think we should ever take a life. Well, that's not true. I don't agree with like the death penalty or anything, or vigilante is deciding to enact their own version of it.
You, and was honestly the most civil person to do it. No one else was willing to debate anybody in the way that Charlie was. No one else was willing to sit down and talk to people and try to get to a mutual understanding like Charlie was. He wasn't a radical extremist.
All right, I lost interest. All I can pay attention to is the whistle noise every time Aiden says a word with an S in it. What do you want me to do about it? It's just I have a speech impediment. What the fuck do you want me to do about it? I'm sorry you have to go through that, okay? Truly, I am. Dean Withers, I don't think it's like that weird for him to be crying on stream. Well, I don't think you should cry on stream, but I kind of understand. Oh God, now I notice it. You know what? We'll just do text to speech. We'll just do like text to speech if that's like gonna make you happy. Okay, you want to do that game? You really want to do that game? Make all the chatters notice my speech impediment? How about this? You are now breathing manually. Your breathing is no longer automatic. Think about it. You now have to consciously control every breath. You're breathing manually. You're also blinking manually. Your blinking is no longer automatic. We've switched it to manual mode. Sorry. Alright. Anyways. Sorry. Donuts are dry tonight. Well, that's whatever. I'm not Rabbi Shmuley here. But if you guys want to support the channel, as always, your donations truly help keep us going. You can donate through Super Chat, Streamlabs link, in the description, or stream's link in the description. And if not, make sure to like if you enjoy my content, sub if you're new here. Start a new. We didn't hit goal, Shelby. Oh wait, the goal ended. Wait, it already ended. We're not even 2 hours yet, bro. That's actually like really sad. We didn't even get like a single. Okay, dude. Thank you guys for helping goal expire. Alright, well that, I mean, that's that. Techie's back. I don't know what he could offer that's like valuable here. I did dono and you ignored it. Oh, sorry, did I miss it? I'll read it. Okay, I'm not reading that one, Josh, for obvious reasons, but thank you for the dono. Soul Skivity, your dono just isn't coming up. Did you donate through Streamlabs? I just cannot see it. Okay, anyways, back to the topic. Ethan Klein had something to say about this horrific act that occurred today. Let's check it out. Now, keep in mind the empathy he had when and by the way, people need to be held accountable for this. The, animal sanctuary YouTuber took her own life tragically. And then everybody started going after and blaming people that had given her genuine good criticism 2 years prior. And blamed these people for, her death. Okay, just to be clear, nobody ever, people just moved on from that. Regardless, Ethan, at that point in time, posted an Instagram story where he was like, this is what the snarkers want me to do to myself. Making that about him. Let's see what he does here. Let's see what happened here. Where the fuck it... Open link. I'm absolutely horrified by what happened to... Dude, this fucking bug was trying to land on me. I'm absolutely horrified by what happened to Charlie Kirk. The video is devastating. Anyone celebrating this should be deeply ashamed and forever shamed. I'm scared for myself and my family. There has been a constant stream of death threats targeting me and others, coming directly from Twitch.tv. This is the inevitable result of Twitch's continued endorsement of radical, violent voices. I'm not saying anyone on Twitch influenced us directly. We don't know anything yet. But this is the type of political violence that very specific people have been encouraging. Mike from PA has been broadcasting consistent threats of violence for years, with zero accountability from Twitch. I don't know anything about Mike from PA, to be honest with you, so I don't know if there's any legitimacy to that claim. There could be. I don't know. But just to be clear, typically when people go out and do things like this, I don't think it's gonna be the streamer that decides to that actually makes them decide to throw their own life away along with someone else's to perpetrate an act like this. Anyways, $2 from Starfish. Here's some money to get a fly swatter. Thank you so much, Starfish. And Soul Skibbity told me to calm down. I am calm, Soul Skibbity. Thank you. So Ethan makes this about him. Ethan makes this about him once again. Because that's what he likes to do. Every time there's a tragedy at this point, he makes it about him. What I don't respect is Schrodinger's victim. And Tectone does this too. It's attack, attack, attack. But also simultaneously, you're the victim. Right? And he benefits he does this thing, right? Where he's making, and everybody pretends like this is normal and mentally healthy. Okay, at this point, I think Diorio and Willie Mack have like sacrificed their own mental health to pretend like Ethan Klein posting from the fucking toilet 30 times a day about like every time somebody doesn't like for whatever grievance like does like anything, they're gonna pretend like this is just like totally mentally healthy, a good way to respond to criticism, a great way to engage with like trolls and people that don't like you online, and like he's somehow not the lol cow here, right? Also, I have yet to see, did Diorio, Willie Mack, or anyone else cover Ethan Klein's lie that he told a few weeks ago? That he tried to claim or heavily imply that the illegal raid that Hila Klein, where if she had any remorse, would not be trying to mitigate this, the illegal raid that Hila Klein participated in Ramallah, which is in the occupied West Bank, acknowledged by over 80 countries, I believe, to be an illegal occupation, and then, I forgot the exact number, but anyways, he pretended like this raid that she did as a part of the IDF was being done in collaboration with the Palestinian Authority in like 2006. That's a lie. Just to be clear, that is a lie. He just lied. He just fucking lied. And he just was able to move on with it. This is the problem I have. Okay? He's claiming to be like he's like, they just hate me because I'm not pro-Palestine or enough or whatever, or like I'm pro-Palestine, but I'm just not, I don't want Israel wiped off the face of the earth or whatever. It's not just that, Ethan. He's actively attempting to mitigate the crimes of this state by claiming that the rightful authority over the West Bank, the Palestinian Authority, approved and collaborated with the IDF in this illegal raid that had occurred at the time. That didn't happen. Israel exercises military authority over this territory regardless of if the Palestinian Authority consents or not, which they don't. Okay? They are more collaborative in the sense of like they're not utilizing violence, or they're not utilizing violence so much as an option anymore, right? They're more collaborative, I guess, in that sense, in the West Bank. But that's not them being okay with it, or endorsing it, or allowing it to happen, or asking for it to happen. It's still being done illegally. He used that again today, check Icy. So, it's not that, and I agree, okay? There are people out there that do this, like, fucking moronic purity testing when it comes to Palestine, right? We're dealing with a fucking, like a massacre, like that is like, you know, I wouldn't say like you have things like in Sudan, right, and Rwanda, but this is like huge for the last 2 decades, right? You were dealing with this mass fucking casualty of civilian life, mass casualties of civilian life by a criminal state, right? And like I don't think we need to be purity testing whether you're a 2-state solutioner or not at this given point in time. The problem with Ethan Klein is he actively mitigates and justifies the crimes of this regime. But he's making this about him right now. No fucking shit, I made it about myself. I'm not waiting for someone to try to kill me. And fuck you, Taylor. Someone should do it, Lorenz. Somebody did it, just like you asked. I don't know what the context of that quote is or what she was referring to. But knowing Ethan, I don't know if he's just like completely taking that out of context. Now, how is you posting about that when he says, I'm not going to wait, right? That would be implying that the action that he's just taken, making this about himself, that is being criticized, somehow is taking initiative and somehow preventing or mitigating the possibility of being shot. No, it doesn't do any of those things. If you were concerned about it, you could take, like, security measures. You posting about it, for whatever reason, actually does absolutely nothing to mitigate that. So, you are waiting, right? You haven't stopped the wait. The waiting is still occurring if you believe this is going to happen. That post did nothing but make it about you. It didn't prevent anything. It just further, like, perpetuated the narrative that you're some victim, feel bad for you. No fucking shit I made about myself. I'm not waiting for someone to try. Okay, we already read that. Somebody did it just like you asked. So going after the people he doesn't like. Cool. Somebody needs to do it. Can someone summarize this video? Today's awful events is what Hassan wanted to happen to Hila. This is the exact reaction he wanted by some mentally ill fan. Evidence? This is why an H3 live show will never happen again. Let's hope this wakes the insanely reckless people up online about what freaks actually have guns. So I assume he's referring to the Hassan clip where he says, right, that Hila, at the time of her participation in the raid in the illegally occupied West Bank, despite not being like an active combatant, but still being a participant in the army and the exercising of that army's illegal jurisdiction over this illegally exercising this army's jurisdiction over this territory, despite her not necessarily holding guns and shooting, she would have, at that point in time, while being a member of a foreign army, illegally entering this other nation's territory, at that point in time, would have been a valid military target, right? That was the point he was making. And Hila Klein has absolutely nothing to worry about unless she's planning on going back into the IDF and, like, helping in, like, more illegal activities in the fucking West Bank. So, and he even clarifies that nothing should happen to her. Like, no, she's not. Like, he obviously was stating, anyone with a fucking brain who understands, like, the political context, the context of Hila's service, etc., knows the point he was trying to highlight. Just because you're not actively shooting people or actively fighting does not mean you're not a valid military target when you, a member of this army that is illegally encroaching onto the sovereign territory of another nation. That does not make you, like, not a valid military target. Taylor was covering the "somebody needs to do it" trend on TikTok in reference to Trump. She was just reporting about it, not actually saying it. He's so malicious. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, why would that video be able to stay up on YouTube if it was the case that she was advocating for that? Holy fuck, that water is so good, man. Fuck. Okay, so we dealt with that. Apparently, Kathy's telling me Ethan doubled down or something onto the. Oh, and Ethan reposted this, by the way. Got it. So he's making it about him. And I'm being told he doubled down on the PA Authority collaboration clip. I don't see anything about that. But yeah, that's it. I mean, I've covered $5 from Junk Drawer Gaming. So funny that Nick/Wooly forever attached themselves to this lunatic and his deranged audience. Can't wait to see how they sweep for this. I don't even know, bro. I don't know. It's like blatantly obvious to me that I personally believe that Nick has gotten himself stuck with this, like, new audience and knows he is limited in what he can go and do. And I think that Ethan is being given leeway that that would not be given by the commentary community to any other creator in any other context. Saw a video of yours on Queeman. Good stuff. Sub. Thank you so much. Well, what else am I... Oh. New Ethan Klein Insta story? Whoa. People telling me that I'm kidding. People telling me I'm making it about myself are doing the exact same thing as people saying not now after a school shooting. No fucking shit. You've done this when someone committed suicide. You are at no greater risk of harm than any other divisive political figure. Or divisive public. You're not even a political figure. You've made yourself one. Than any other divisive public figure. If this was truly about mitigating harm, all you would have to do is just take additional security precautions. Posting this right now on Instagram does not do anything to affect your, to help your situation and make you somehow more safe if you perceive some immediate threat to, the life of you and your family. What's also weird to me is simultaneously pretending like there is such a deranged fan base that his life is in danger, yet, he was totally fine, showing his kid, if I remember correctly, it was after he'd already been talking about this harassment community. Totally fine. Not saying he should not be allowed to do this, but if he believes there is a community online that is a threat to him and his family's safety, why would you be bringing your kids on stream and showing their fucking faces? Doesn't that seem like fucking irresponsible as shit? Oh, apparently that guy was not talking to me. I don't know. I just read that and bought it. I just realized I haven't made a video on Queen, so that actually makes no sense. But I'm tired. Okay, give me a break. Okay, I'm 4 hours of sleep. Give me a fucking break. Dead air. Yeah, so true. Well, Taylor, you and all the other leftist freaks that regularly called for has Taylor ever verifiably called for political violence? That regularly called for political violence are right to be nervous about the developing news because if it turns out this person was influenced by any of you, the jig is up and you will be fully exposed for what you are. And even if he wasn't, it's only a matter of time if you continue the violent rhetoric. Stop. Adjust course now before it's too late. For the next victim. Stop for yourself, at the very least out of self-preservation. You do not want to be known as the person that pushed someone over the edge. Is this a threat? I know it's not a threat, but let me just be Ethan for a sec. Is this a threat right now? Dude, this fucking guy is actually saying that if Taylor Lorenz doesn't tone down her criticism of him, she's gonna push someone over the edge who may potentially be willing to cause harm? To who? I assume to herself. Is Ethan Klein threatening Taylor Lorenz? I'm not doing ticks. What ticks am I doing? What ticks am I doing, you fucking moron? I don't barely watch him. I forget he has Tourette's. I'm not doing ticks. I'm not even doing his voice. I'm just doing some random voice. Oh, you were joking. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. You said my arm fucking shakes. Bro, you're on a streak for missing... Actually, me missing the joke was a joke. So, how could you not tell that me pretending like that wasn't a joke was a joke? Are you, autistic or something? That's really fucking weird, man, that you couldn't tell I was joking. Okay. Anyways. You'll be fully exposed for what you are. Move on. Move on from what? I was on it for 5 seconds. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We have the fucking Queen of England is in the chat. Okay, the Queen of England is in chat. She directs the segments. I'm bored of this. Move on. Move on. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize you were here. I would have brought out the fucking royal procession. I'll move on when I want to move on. You stupid bitch. Well, Taylor, you and all the other leftist freaks that regularly call for political violence are right to be nervous about the developing news. Because okay, we already read that. Never mind. Australian here. In America, is mental health support priced out for those who really need it because of the way the health industry is? Yes. 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 Also, a lot of people who need help don't seek it voluntarily. Stop rereading the same shit. Stop rereading the same shit. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. I'll reread the same shit. I'll do dead air. Fuck it. We'll do a stream where it's just me sitting here watching paint dry. Okay? I'll do whatever the fuck I want. Junk Drawer Gaming. Oh, wait, I already read that. You guys support the stream, as always. We're almost a quarter of the way to Streamly goal. You can support us through Super Chats. The button is right there in the description, or in the chat. If not, you can click the Streamlabs link, which is in the description below. And if you can't, that's fine. Something else you can fucking do is like. Okay? A third of the people here have liked the fucking stream. 100 of you are like lazy fucking freeloaders. New Ethan stories. Oh, and then we got the Hassan tweet. Why the fuck has the media ignored this? Why did he crop out? I forget, what was the tweet that Hassan was responding to? And why did he fucking crop? Why did he crop this? Okay. Why did he crop it out? Yeah, this is from 3 years ago, too. Ancient tweet, but true. Hassan Taylor ends. Hassan Taylor. Why is Hassan harassing this man? When is the last time? I'm sure Hassan's spoken about Ethan recently, but has Hassan spoken about, like, I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, most of Hassan, like, discussing Ethan in the context of, like, the last few months has been, like, him responding. Right? This guy's just attack. I'm being harassed. Fucking attack. Like, I don't get it. Thank you so much, Missy, for the $5. Super fucking generous. We're making it out of the hood tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're making it out of the hood tonight. Missed 2 very important donate. What else did I miss? Soul Skibbity with the 2, and it's a cool pair. Thank you so much. That pair looks really cool. Soul Skibbity with the 2. Okay, I'm very glad you were calm. Rabbi Underground. Thank you so much. Thank you. Out of the hood, says man, just back from a 3-year vacation in Europe. Very rich, very luxurious. I do have 2 yachts. Okay, what else? Whew. That coffee wore off fast, man. Fast. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Okay? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a quick break. I know we're only an hour and 40 in. I'm I'm gonna take a quick break, figure out what I'm gonna talk about when I get back, because I went through this a little quicker than I thought. Okay, and then I need to get another coffee and like I don't know, like snort some coke or something. So give me like 7 minutes. Give me 7 minutes. Okay, and what I'll leave you with is the rest of the Duckbringer debate when it gets good. Okay, I realized last time I was only expect the VOD. Okay, the edited VOD is coming soon, very soon. Okay, it's gonna be here. It's gonna be here before you even know it. As a matter of fact, I'll be back. I'm just getting a coffee and some sort of stimulant, and then we will be back here in a moment. What the fuck is it? Here it is. All right. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Stay here. Right. Member, if we hit goal by the time I get back, I'll do something. The public access where this is being discussed.
If that's the case, then very little things are actually doxing, because
no, they
a public member of the like if somebody's just browsing the internet, there's a whole lot of information that I can find and tabulate about your personal identity.
No, but the difference is
and centralize that in a situation.
The difference is it wasn't intentional. The difference is it wasn't intentional.
Let me finish.
Right?
Shut the fuck up, Aiden. Shut the fuck up. You don't actually let me finish a single fucking sentence.
Aiden, shut the fuck up. You don't actually let me finish a single sentence. In the fourth definition I gave you, the party themselves, if they made a reasonable attempt to obscure themselves or separate themselves from that information, it's like clear they don't want it linked to them, then yeah, I would also consider that doxing, even though it's technically public, because most doxing involves public info, right?
If I'm a member of the public that has the ability to go on a website and find information about you and tabulate it into one space, is that called doxing? Answer, yes or no.
Nope, depends on the details. It could be in some cases, could not be in others.
So, what is the distinction? If I'm able to find information that is public, what do you consider publicly available information, Aiden?
Like anything that a member of the public could access, but just because it's publicly available doesn't make it not doxing.
What can the member?
What is a member of the public?
A member of the public can literally access my fucking private bank account if they want.
Okay,
a member of the public can access
if you would let me like finish
anything they want about me, and they can document it, and they can You are not actually letting me finish speaking, Aiden.
Ma'am, all you've done is speak.
I don't care.
All you've done is
speak. I don't care what you think.
I would hate to be Resi if I can't get a fucking word in when you argue.
Aiden.
Ma'am, I think you need a Prozac.
Aiden.
I think you need a Prozac.
Aiden.
Yes?
I'm literally talking over you because you're not answering my question, okay?
I'm trying.
You're not answering. A member of the public who is able to find information on me, if they tabulate that information and they collate it into one space, is that considered doxing? A member of the public who has only access to publicly available documents.
Not necessarily. The reason being,
you're retarded. You actually don't understand what doxing is. You don't have a functional answer of doxing. You don't have an actual functional definition of doxing. Your definition of doxing does not actually allow for anybody to even actually actionably fucking prosecute doxing. Aiden, you realize that you talking over somebody does not make you right?
I'm talking over you. Are you like insane?
Oh, you can go. You can be so incredulous about what the fuck I'm talking about. Oh.
Are you being
Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares.
You're like totally
delusional. If you can collate information into one space that is available publicly online and identify it as a single person, do you consider it doxing?
No, not necessarily. The reason being, right, if the person themselves established the link to that public information, like willingly, then no, it wouldn't be doxing.
How did they establish that link? Aiden? How did they establish that link? By posting online? By posting online and releasing? Oh, so you're saying by releasing personally identifying information online? By personally identifying information?
Ma'am,
by releasing personally identifying
I'm trying to answer your
information
question.
online that you are opening yourself up to doxing that is not supposed to, like, okay,
I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to answer your question.
What you are saying, Aiden, is that you basically, there's no definition of doxing. There is no definition of doxing that will apply based off your definition, you fucking retard.
Have you ever watched the movie Misery? You kind of have you seen
There is no definition of doxing that will apply to your definition, because basically I, as a public individual, can go and collate any information that I want about a private individual and post it and associate it with their online anonymous persona.
If they whoa, I didn't mean to leave that. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave the chat. No,
based off public information,
shut
the fuck up for a second.
Going.
Based off public information, shut the fuck up. Don't talk over me for like 10 seconds, okay? Based off public information that somebody has released, you're telling me that if somebody has the ability online as a public individual to go and find all the information, tabulate it, and collect it in one spot, that is not doxing. That's what you're saying.
It could be, and it might not be. The reason being, right?
Oh my god, you absolute fucking coward pussy piece of shit.
4 seconds. 4 seconds before she interrupts him. I was trying to give an answer. I timed it because I want to see how long before she cuts me off. How long does she answer a question and cuts me off? Dude, what is wrong with this person? Oh my fucking god. This person's like a nutcase, dude. Like an actual, like, fucking, like, nut job. Holy shit. Dude, somebody needs to save this Resi guy. It's not just like fucking it's not just Yoko Ono. Okay, I'd like to apologize to Yoko. It is not Yoko Ono. Okay, it's like Annie from Misery. You ever seen that movie? That's literally what she sounds like. You didn't even make her, if she ran, okay, she ran before I could give my answer. It's like, it's literally like, Aiden, you're not answering my question. I try to answer, and like 4 seconds later, she's like screaming over, holy shit. So let me make this clear, since she didn't give me an opportunity to answer. Information, being public or not, is not going to be the qualifier for me as to whether or not something is doxing. It is how the link between that public information was established to one's private online identity. If somebody, under their private online identity, said, this public information is mine, then no, invoking that would not be doxing because they established the link, not you. Very simple answer, okay? Very simple answer. So the determinant factor for it being doxing or not is not the publicity of the information, but rather how the link between that information and one's private online persona is established. Any questions? You know, I need to call someone. There's a call I need to make. Hold on. She's like actually crazy, dude. Holy fuck. Dude, Resi, I don't know like what it's gonna take for you to Resi's like, well, it's good because I'm crazy too. Like in like a wholesome way when I say she's crazy. Like we're both two nut jobs in a pod or whatever. But she's like pouring boiling water over your like dick in the middle of the night crazy. Holy do I get it now? Dude. Of course, I've called her crazy for a long time. This is like, dude. Holy shit. You know what? I don't feel so bad about being single now.
Some people what? Oh shit! I just know I didn't even see his name in chat. It's fucking Queeman, dog catcher. No, it's dog.
Huh? Okay, I don't know what the context of that clip is. Alright. Well, let's get into our Brad Taste segment. Let me try to ring Rezi, okay? Let me try to ring Rezi real quick. I want to see if Rezi will pick up. Wait one sec. He's not picking up. Okay, never mind. Is Duckbringer back? Aiden needs support. Someone call Aiden. He's so true. So Duckbringer, now that I have you here to answer the question that you like asked like 5 times, were like so emotional and like clearly unwell that you like couldn't ask a question without interrupting for 4 seconds. Yeah, I timed it on stream. The answer to your question was something being public or not is not the determinant factor for whether or not something qualifies as doxing under my definition. What matters, the qualifying factor would be, how was the link between this public information and this private online persona established? Okay, that's going to be the determinant factor for whether or not it's doxing. If it was a case of you clearly were not making an effort to link this to yourself and just like kind of out there in the void, in the public void, and somebody finds it and links it to you, to your online persona, that would be doxing. If it's a case of you creating that link yourself, then people invoking the information that you link to yourself is not doxing because they didn't establish the link. You, under your online persona, link yourself to this public information. Folks, I have returned. And we'll get back into it. I needed that for a little bit if we're gonna keep this thing going. I'm fucking tired as shit. So. Welcome back. True. Welcome back, me. Anyways. Is this a Queeman stream? Okay, good one, buddy. Good one. This Toki guy is like such a snarker in my chat all the time that Starbased legitimately believes that Toki was siding with him. I do want to pull something up very quickly. I have to say this now. I'm starting to love this Denal guy. Love this. By the way, Starbase is like, you don't want to look at the evidence. I just said to him the other night, I'll look at the evidence. Send it to me. Send me these DMs, and I will decide for myself if there are allegations to be made within them. But conveniently, right after our debate, all the bots started up again. Now, where is this thing that I'm looking for? This Denal guy, I love him. He's like my best friend at this point. Dude, there's something very specific. Did he take it down? It was so fucking good. Don't tell me he took... We got it. We got it. Now, for those of you that will be debating me in the future, you have some tips. Okay? Some tips from a real human person. Denal. Free guide from question dodger to debate pedophile is a slur. The terms debate pedophile and contrarian are used in place of an argument. We don't actually have one. From question dodger to debate pedophile. Learn Aiden's tactics for avoiding the truth. Let's get into it. In this guide, learn how to master the craft of obfuscation and strategic deflection in debates. Just like Aiden. Discover techniques for shifting the conversation, avoiding accountability, and keeping your opponents on the back foot. Perfect for those who want to navigate tricky topics without ever having to own their statements. Let's get into this. Establish control of the this is a very good debate technique. I don't think I consciously do this, but honestly, I probably do establish control of the conversation. Not an intentional thing, of course, but I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that, right? Start with an assertive introduction or a bold statement to set the tone. Immediately guide the conversation by asking specific, pointed questions. Example, you claim to care about minors, but how do you reconcile that with your actions? Did I say that? I don't know, this just doesn't sound like something I'd say. I don't think that... there are good examples, I just don't think that's a real quote. Use leading questions. Frame questions to push the respondent towards a particular conclusion. What I do, so the reason that my questions get interpreted as leading is because I want to figure out what basic facts we can agree on before I argue for my conclusion. So when I'm like asking Starbased, was the reason you reached out to Hater and shared the DMs with Parry because you wanted to, you know, show transparency because you know that like conversations between adults and minors can be distorted? Is that why you did that? He thought he was already arguing against my conclusion when that question was just to get him to answer, yes, that's why I did that, which he eventually confessed up to. Because then when we agree with that basic fact, then I can argue for my conclusion, where I would say, okay, so you did that to show transparency. Why weren't you transparent with the rest of the DMs? And there's nothing wrong with that. You're like, it's good to, because there's no point in arguing for a conclusion if you are not, like, it's pointless if you can't even agree on like the premises for said conclusion. So I want to make sure what we do agree on, and so I can figure out what to actually like spend my time arguing on to support my conclusion, because that's how an argument works. Isn't it true that your interactions could easily be perceived? I don't think I've said that either. There are examples for both of these things. I don't think I've said this. Maybe I did. Maybe I'm being gaslit. I feel like I just did not say this. Create a sense of urgency. Techniques. Press the respondent for quick answers to create a feeling of pressure. Use time constraints to limit through. I don't really use time constraints, right? Another thing that I do is if I don't want to listen to a tangent about like irrelevant details, so I will like interrupt you so we can actually talk about the thing that needs to be talked about, so you can't like obfuscate. And sometimes I'll make like performative statements like we don't have all night or whatever, but like that's not necessarily like I'm gonna hang up if you take too long. That's like you're like stalling. You're like completely stalling right now. Frame the narrative. Present information in a way that suggests a clear implication or guilt. I think that's how you make an argument, right? That's how you make an argument. Like you show why this information supports the conclusion that you're arguing for. Keep returning to key themes. Regularly circle back to specific accusations or points of tension to reinforce your narrative. True. True. So fucking true. Yes, if there's specific points I want to stress, I will circle back to them if we have not reached a conclusion on them. Introduce new accusations or links. When a point is being settled, pivot to a related I don't think I do that. While we discuss this, can we also consider your connections with other individuals who have had similar... I've never said this! Okay, this is how I know this is AI. I've never said this. Control the flow of information. Decide what part of the dialogue is relevant and cut off information. If the opponent has information to present, I will show it, right? This guy was trying to argue about someone else while I was talking about what he did. That's like a pivot. Appeal to emotions. Use chart. How can you expect anyone to believe you were only trying to help? You were only trying to help when minors are involved. Huh? Huh? interruption and okay. Create a false dichotomy. You either take responsibility for your actions, or you're just passively allowing harm to happen. I don't think I've said that either. While utilizing these techniques can give one an upper hand in discussions, it is essential to remember the importance of integrity in dialogue. Manipulating others in conversation can lead to distrust and further conflict. I will read your donation in a second. I've said this a million times. Just because I don't read your donation the second it comes in does not mean I'm not going to read it. I greatly appreciate it. I will read your donation as soon as I'm done with what I am talking about. Holy fuck. Manipulating others in conversations can lead to distrust and further conflict, undermining the value of genuine communication. This guide serves as an overview of tactics seen in some debating styles and should be approached thoughtfully and ethically. Very true statement and all. Call in. Stop running from the debate. I'll now read your donation. I don't do what Chud does, where I read every donation as it comes in, because I think that like makes a segment like not look so great for entertainment value. Is Dioria trapped, or is he just desperately clinging onto his new E-daddy now that he can't kiss Destiny's? I don't think he's clinging onto an E-daddy. I think he's just appealing to an audience that he's garnered that I don't know if he was expecting to garner. Might be both, to be fair. Spencer, the $2, you ignored my last donation. So true. I'm not pushing away donors. I greatly appreciate it. I really do. I really do. But like, I'm also trying to like entertain an audience, and like if I'm like in the middle of reading something, I don't want to get sidetracked. Okay. I'm sorry for pushing away my donors. It won't happen again. Give me your money and I'll prove it to you. Willie Mac coming in with a brave take. Support for violence against politicians and creators has been a growing sentiment among left-leaning spaces for the past 2 years. Just look at let's relate this back to Snark, Bad Empanada, Ethan is on Destiny, Snark, Bad Empanada, Ethan is on Destiny. Bad Empanada and the stuff he said, along with the creators who support him. Go to many left-leaning creators' subreddits to see similar stuff. Political violence is being advocated right now. I hate the both sides shit. But let us not pretend like the nation has become so polarized to an extent where the advocacy for political violence has occurred on both sides and the perpetration of political violence has occurred on both sides. Okay? There are literally people that were under what's-his-face's tweet. I saw this today. Eric Trump. No, I think it was Donald Trump Jr. Triggered with Don Jr. So we got this tweet about the Charlie Kirk shit. This was a Democrat organized and executed public execution. I want retribution. I want the media held accountable. If there was ever a time to start the arrests of Democrats, it is right now. Like, dude. This is like one of the fucking biggest right-wing spam accounts, right? They're literally calling for like the fucking MAGA Gestapo to start like coming in. For those of you that don't know, by the way, you know, I don't think it's anti-Semitic to draw political comparisons to Nazi Germany. Just like I don't think it's anti-Ukrainian to go draw political comparisons to the fucking Soviet Union or whatever, right? If there are comparisons that exist, they can be made, right? And for those of you that don't know, it's not like Nazi Germany just started perpetrating, well, they were always like kind of perpetrating violence, like in like street fights and shit, but like the transition to like The state organized perpetration of violence was a process, okay? They used justifications, like the Night of the Long Knives, the justification was collaboration with the French government. But then for Kristallnacht, which is believed to be the beginning of the Holocaust, where in Austria and Germany, Jewish-owned shops, businesses, etc., were burned and attacked by a mob organized by the Nazis, that didn't just like happen one day. What happened was a lone figure by the name of Herschel Grinspan walked into the German embassy in Paris, where he was looking to see the Nazi German ambassador. He was a Jewish teenager. He walked up to a guy called Ernst von Rath, I think his name was. He walks up to him, thinking he's the ambassador. He pulls out a pistol and shoots him and kills him. That was used as the justification to attack all Jews. That was used as the justification for Kristallnacht, the act of a lone shooter, right? Now, there's evidence that's come out since then that the Nazi and the Jewish teenager might have been in some kind of homosexual relationship, and there might have been more to that story. That's besides the point. The point being, I love stories. Yeah, well, the point being, like, the best time to get a population to get on board with violence and immorality is tragedy. That's like tragedy or, tragedy. And like, yes, to Nazi Germany, the shooting of their a diplomat would be seen as a tragedy. But that is where you can get people to lower their like senses. Conservatives do that anyway, and get them to agree to things that in normal situations they may have otherwise never agreed to. You utilize fear. Yes, you utilize fear, you utilize tragedy. It is very powerful for the mobilization of a population and getting them to comply with violence perpetrated by the state. There is absolutely zero evidence that this was organized by the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party wouldn't have much of an incentive to do this because they know that it would create a fucking martyr. First of all, even if we're just to accept they're all heartless psychopaths, right? From a motivation of self-gain, they have no motivation to do this because they'd be creating a fucking martyr for the right and making people creating more polarization that makes people more extreme against them. All stood up to, dude, I'm begging, like the whole, like, who did slavery? The Democrat. Dude. I just, like, it just baffles me, like, the level of, like, historical education. They know, actually. They absolutely know. They just, like, choose to be willfully ignorant. But, like, the level of historical education in this country is just, like, completely absurd. Yeah, it was the Democrats. That's why the Democrats are the ones, like, are the ones that keep doing like apology for the Confederate South, right? Right? It's the Democrats doing that, right? It was a Democrat president that decided to change back the names of bases to like Confederate generals. See, like with Paul Pelosi and the hammer attack. I mean, these people are like, they're all responsible as a group collective punishment over this tragedy. I, as a devout Democrat that is starting to very much lack empathy for these people, I can tell you that this was a absolute fucking tragedy. There is no excuse for it. And if you believe this was justified, I will not consider you a political ally of mine, right? But it's just collective punishment. Guilt by association. Dude, the other like one that really pisses off my autism is when they're doing like death counts of dictators. And they do like Stalin, 70 million, communism, Mao, 200 gazillion, communism, fucking Hitler, 20 million, social, like, huh? And then you, like, listen to how Hitler defined socialism, and he's like, yeah, my version of socialism just, like, isn't socialism. I actually, like, my socialism is, like, is like and then proceeds to describe something that just like is not socialism. Because they don't understand that he was trying to create like a party that would appeal to like multiple disgruntled aspects of society, which is why it was a purposeful decision to include socialists in the name, right? It was a purposeful decision they utilized in their flag colors from Imperial Germany to appeal to the monarchists, the swastika to appeal to racial nationalists, and red to appeal to the left-leaning revolutionaries, or the revolutionary types. Obviously, they only did that, though, to get power initially. They had no intention of working with the left. They had a state-run economy. Do you think socialism is... Oh, no, you're trolling me. I'm being autistic. Socialism is when the economy is run by the state. So true. So true. Socialism is when yes, true. Socialism is when homophobia, racism, no food, you own nothing and you like it. Deal with it. That's socialism. Okay, well, since we have absolutely, I got through the Kirk segment. I was actually, I think we were on a roll for my initial portion of the Kirk coverage. I was actually kind of pleased with how, where I was covering like the breakdown of the shooting, I didn't really get sidetracked. I guess Morale had a content nuke made on him, so we can check this out. Oh, they privated the... Okay. Cool. I guess nobody archived it. Nice, dude. Nice. Did anyone... Wild guess. Nobody archived it, right? Also, when I said edit my Wikitubia, I am no longer Aiden Projects. I will never be Aiden Projects again. If anyone works as an editor for Wikitubia, make sure that it stops saying Aiden Projects and starts saying Aiden Underground, and Aiden Underground channel is put first on Wikitubia because that's my active channel, and make it relevant. Okay, this is all just like old disorganized shit. I asked for this, so this is what somebody did. Okay, let's talk about this. Somebody adds in chronic Sonic controversy. In September 2025, Aiden banned the chatter Chronic Sonic from his Discord server for being indie. This just like never happened, okay? This is a lie. Nobody gives a fuck about your like 10-year-old Chubbs drama, okay? Make it relevant. Say he briefly used to be another YouTuber, and then make it all our new shit, okay? Trust the plan. The asshole incident, the Duckbringer debate, the fucking other cool shit, okay? Propaganda department, do your gang, or do your thing, do your thing. All right. Apologize to Chronic. Chronic, I am so sorry that somebody made an edgy joke in my server that wasn't directed at you, and you decided to then declare war on all Latinos and Brazilians in my server, and then got like made fun of for it. Okay, I'm sorry, Chronic. Truly. I'll say sorry when this guy apologizes to Brazil. I'll consider it. Your Dior as your Wikitubia as the new Dior. Good. Make it all new shit. Get the old shit out of there. The Chubbs drama should not be the first thing you read on my fucking Wikitubia. It should be like a brief note at the bottom, dude. We want the new updated summary. The new me. When do I get a main Wikipedia page? That's the question.
Welcome in, everyone.
What is the... Why was I linked this? Okay, we'll check this out, I guess.
So today's video is going to be a bit heavy.
It's the only notable thing about you? Really, bro? People don't know this. Lindsay Lohan still follows me on my old Twitter because I didn't work with her as an exaggeration. I communicated with her to get an animal abuse Instagram account taken down. She followed me during the coverage of Susie Liu. Still follows me. We have DMs together. I was involved in going after Chris Hansen. He's gonna be blocked. What else? There's so much after that.
For those who are unaware,
You can look at my old Twitter. She fucking follows me.
Plays was recently fired from the Dress to Impress team. Now, most people are under the impression that B was fired.
I knew Mr. Beast also still follows me on my old Twitter, and he'll fucking tell you. I could leak the DMs where I'm congratulating him, like when I was DMing this guy, congratulating him when fucking what's his face? He collabed with Clout Gang in like 2019, 2018. He was like with Rice Scum and all. I'm like, dude, you fucking made it, bro. I said this to him. I'm like, dude, you fucking made it.
Due to her unprofessional
we played Fortnite
behavior
together
following the Lady Gaga meet and greet. And I'm sure this is one of the reasons. However, based on the timeline of events, it seems that B Plays was fired for a much darker reason. In the announcement sent by Emoye back on 8/25, it says, after taking...
I have the DMs, and we can make bets. I'll be taking bets tonight on Discord that they're fake. I'll be betting on them being real, of course, and then we can take a bet, and then on the next stream, I'm going to log into my old Twitter account. I will show you these DMs and prove it to you and take all of your money. Oh, sorry. I missed some donos. My bad. Hick Fury with the 2. Wait. Or not Spencer with the 2. I like to be annoying, but I pay to be... You can pay me to be annoying. That's okay. Hick Fury with the 2. Hi, Aiden. Smile. Hi, Hick Fury. Smile. Isn't this guy Spinal BJ mod, though? Not a good look, man. Not a good look. I don't want to slander you. Donate to me and I'll slander you. Not Spencer with the 2. Be right back. Delivering chickens. Send one to my house. JPM with the 5. I fear that Charlie is now a martyr and things will escalate. I pray I'm wrong. I pray the nation gets healed of this division and turns back to God. See, that's cool and all, but have you, like, considered Yugoslavia? Counterpoint. Yugoslavia? We are the new... This is the... I think the United States should be designated as the legal... Even though we were existing simultaneously with them, we should be the legal successor of Yugoslavia.
The necessary time to properly investigate recent concerns internally, we have determined that the appropriate decision is to let B go from the Dress to Impress team. We take the allegations very seriously, and I want to make that clear. While the announcement doesn't elaborate as to what type of allegations were made, it's been a huge conversation all over social media. The B Plays situation goes beyond clickbaiting, toxic behavior, and controversial apologies. B Plays has been accused of being a minor. Now, before I continue, for legal purposes, I have to say that this is all alleged. While I personally choose to believe the victim, and I encourage others to support and listen to victims, based on my knowledge, B has not been found guilty of any of this in the court of law, and she has not addressed the allegations at this time. With that being said, in the court of public opinion, many people have decided to no longer associate with B or support her. There have also been...
I'm gonna put up Hoi 4, dude. This is fucking ridiculous.
A lot of people in both the Royal High and Dress to Impress community coming forward about their experiences with B Plays. And it's honestly so sad to see how many people were mistreated and intimidated throughout the years. Now, with these allegations coming to light, B was swiftly fired as the DTI community manager, and her dog code has been replaced with...
This is... What are you doing right now? I was pulling up... Okay, this is trash. You're right. Who recommended this? Blurg? No, you can recommend anything. Okay, we could try something. I just don't have a lot of content tonight. I'm sorry. Ooh, apparently somebody made a video.
A lolcow combining LOL.
Somebody made a video critiquing lolcow culture, and this is going to sound a bit boring, but I do want to watch this. This does interest me. And I think that... Hold on. Obviously, I've been very critical of lolcow culture before, so I do want to check the old news. Okay, fine. We'll watch something else. Alright, we'll watch something else. Watch something else. Oh. Oh. Apparently Starbase Small Talk posted some new photos to the Insta. Looking good, Star. Looking good. I don't know why this is in my inbox. We got this from the H3 Productions Reddit. Okay, never mind. These are old. Okay. Wait. We got this, bro. This new drama is just coming in. Just coming in. This is actually new. You're going to want to be here for this one. Alright, let's pull this up. This situation is crazy.
37, Amelia Earhart was the most famous woman pilot in the world. She had flown the Atlantic alone. Now, with navigator Fred Noonan, she would try to fly around the world. First leg, Oakland, California to Hawaii.
That's pretty impressive.
There, an accident caused her to make a new start, from Miami to Europe and on to the Far East.
Trans-navigating the globe. That's impressive. Is that... That's not the Golden Gate.
3 weeks
What is that? Is that the Bay Bridge? Was the Bay Bridge even around back then?
later, an SOS from the mid-Pacific was picked up by 2 men in Los Angeles. The battleship Colorado sent its aircraft out to search several thousand square miles of ocean.
Wasn't the Colorado damaged in Pearl Harbor?
Around Howland Island.
Sorry, we haven't gotten to that drama yet.
The source of the distress signal. Weeks of search activities produced no clues. Amelia Earhart was gone. But the monument she left behind was her impact on the woman's image in America.
Good on those women getting out there. I'm wishing the best. Hopefully they find her. Hopefully she returns home safely. And hopefully she has a great flying career going forward. And we'll be covering the situation as it develops. $5 from Crippleton. Aiden, do you know this Denal Torres Borges person? They have some kind of weird AI NFT bot. Yes, we've been over this many, many times. I don't know who this person is. Sorry, you guys are complaining it was all old news. Thought I'd bring you something new. What else do we got going on? Apparently, there was a UFO that deflected a Hellfire missile. This is from Dom Lucre, who got suspended from Twitter a long time ago for posting child porn. And then he got let back, and when the tunnels incident was happening in Brooklyn, he faked an interview with a Jewish sexual assault survivor, because he was like trying to play into the anti-Semitic grift. But there was like a Jewish person that was like part of some like ultra-religious like sect where he was sexually abused, and this guy spoke out about his story, and Dom overlaid the guy's video on his computer and acted like this was a live Zoom call, like an actual interview. He was like shaking his head and stuff. We hit goal. Cool. Yo, thank you guys so much. We're almost halfway to stream goal. We just hit 10 goal. You guys are the best. Okay, great way to support us is to donate through Super Chat, Streamlabs link down below. If not, that's totally okay. What you can do as well is like the stream. There's 154 of you, but only 68 likes, which means that there are many of you who can't be bothered to click a simple fucking button. You should be ashamed. Your parents are probably ashamed. If you can't do something as simple as that, God only knows what else you failed to do in your miserable little fucking life. But thank you guys for helping us hit goal. Thanks, appreciate it. Cool.
Government, United States government arsenal that can split a Hellfire missile like this?
No.
And do whatever blob thing it did and then keep going? Nothing?
Nothing.
All right, how about you?
Yeah, this was boring. Fuck you. I'm like so bored of aliens, dude. Oh my god, there's life out there. There's life in our stars. It's like, who cares? Like, we know this. we're probably not the only planet where life developed, unless one of the major world religions is correct. $2 from Starfish Duder. Like up, people. True. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate all the support. I feel like Aiden will be happy to be abducted by aliens. I feel like that's like one day gonna be like the premise for some like horrifying Rule 34 fan fiction that I will quit the internet over.
In today's video, we're gonna be
The boyfish drama. Let's check this out. This needs to be addressed. This is not old. This is a day ago.
talking about another situation where an artist has been harassed for having cringe art, but this time it has a bit of a twist, and this artist is also
It's only
being
11
attacked
minutes.
for allegedly giving someone a seizure because of that.
Dude. I showed this video. Remember Kurt Eichenwald, who someone got arrested for sending him a GIF on Twitter saying, "I hope this gives you a seizure," and it was like flashing colors, and he supposedly did have a seizure, yet was like miraculously recovered the next day despite facing life-threatening injuries apparently, and he was also like tweeting while the seizure was allegedly happening, and also he has like multiple videos uploaded to his channel where he creates like graphics of like bright flashing colors.
Art, and immediately when anything like epilepsy is mentioned, I'm interested because I have epilepsy.
I'll do the
And so,
lolcow culture one last.
let's get into it.
Wait. You knew Jew Goldstein? That was the guy's name on Twitter, Jew Goldstein? And apparently the guy's name isn't actually Jew Goldstein. I feel like duped.
So, Boyfish is a 14-year-old animator who's most popular on TikTok for their very unique animation style and art style.
What in God's name is this?
So, Boyfish is a
Is this like another birdie?
14-year-old animator who's most popular on TikTok for their very...
This sucks. There is no sense of background and foreground besides the blur. You've used bright colors for everything, so the fucking foreground barely contrasts with the background and makes for an image, quite frankly, that is hard to look at. This isn't art. This is an abomination. This 14-year-old should feel ashamed for making something this fucking shitty.
Very unique animation style and art style in general. The art style consists of very bright colors, and the animation style is
It's not art. I'm sorry. I'm done with this trend of like everybody who posts on social media that like can manage to like draw an image. We like treat them as like an artist, and we respect the sanctity and work of their art, and like have to like treat them very fragilely because like for some reason artists need to be treated like very fragilely, I guess. I don't know, because they're like all like mentally ill freaks. I don't know listen, dude. I don't know what's going on. Most artists online, they suck.
Flowy with a lot of movement in all parts of the character. Emphasis on all parts of the character because that's important to this explanation. From my knowledge, this artist hasn't
I can sketch buildings. That's all I can do.
done anything problematic whatsoever. And yeah, TikTok has still found a reason to hate on this person. So Boyfish gets a lot of hate for having a, quote, Guna art style. Keep in mind, this person is 14, and they get the accusation of having a Guna art style because their animations are very flowy. That includes all parts of the body, including the character's chest. And because the character is depicting a more larger
No
person,
way, bro.
larger people generally have larger chests.
What? Is this really 40,000 views on a video that's like covering some like 14-year-old artist?
So it's going to move more, and I see everyone point out the fact that the chest is moving a lot in the animation, but no one's talking about how the bow moves a lot in the animation or the hair moves a lot in the animation. It's very selective attention towards the character's chest, and I feel like that kind of highlights a more bigger issue in society in general. That being that boobs and female anatomy in general is so sexualized to the point where you can't exist if you have a bigger chest.
True. Very. I agree. I agree. That's actually a very good point.
Without weird people making comments on it constantly. I know many plus-size friends who deal with constant...
I want to, like, get to a point. I say this all the time. My life should have gone awfully. I should, right now, be homeless and, like, on meth and, like, doing live streams on my phone begging people for money. By the grace of God, somehow that just didn't end up being the case. My parents had absolutely no idea about online safety, and I was just kind of given, like, free roam. Luckily, it wasn't too early, okay? It was, like, around 11, 12, 13. Well, it is pretty early, where I was, like, really, like, free roaming the fucking internet. But I say this all the time. It is just, like, I was, like, the exception back then, to be clear. The fact that I was as young as I was a total anomaly in, like, this broader sphere back then, which I think is part of the reason a lot of people had initially watched me. Because, like, wow, this young kid is saying curse words and shit, right? Now it's just, like, a normal thing, and it's, like, actually fucking horrifying. We need to, like, the state needs to mandate parental enforcement of online safety, and I think we need to understand that, like, child neglect can also come in the form of allowing your child to engage in the internet in any capacity where it jeopardizes their safety.
Comments on their chest just on a regular basis when they go outside, and it's so sad that this culture manifests into a community like the art community that's supposed to be...
Yo, $50! Is that Swedish kroners? $50 from Sister Godiva. The fact that artists online feel threatened by AR really says everything about their quality. True. Well, I'm sorry. I know you just gave me money, but I have to disagree. I think that if I was a good artist, I would still feel threatened by it, because at the rate that it advances, like, I could conceivably see a period where AI is, like, used as a replacement for human production of art, and I'm starting to see it, right? There's I don't want to give away exactly where I am, but, like, when I did go to Europe, in, like, small restaurants and places I went to, they had, like, AI images printed out on their advertising. I've seen some here. The Charlie and the Chocolate Factory dude, we should cover that. Do you guys remember in England, the Willy Wonka? We'll cover that after this, dude. Do you guys remember that shit?
Generally quite progressive, but honestly, to me, the worst...
I never did, like, I don't think I ever did, like, proper coverage of that.
About this all is the fact that people feel so comfortable sexualizing a 14-year-old's
Oh,
art.
sorry, it was Scotland. My bad.
Because if you put an art in...
It was Scotland. It is, for legal purposes, it is the same country. It is considered the same country, the United Kingdom. And I use England as a term synonymous with the United Kingdom. So Scots are English, Northern Irish are English, Welsh are English, and the fact that you people have not actually gone through the effort of getting your own country anytime recently shows me you don't deserve autonomy to not be called English.
The box of Guna art or anything.
See, the Irish Republic is where it's at. Those people, they don't want to be English, they love their independence, and they fucking fought for it. What about you, Scots? When was the last time you fucking fought for that shit? William Wallace? Come on.
Like, similar to that, it does count as sexualizing the art because you're assigning a label and saying this is sexual, which is extremely weird to do when it's a 14-year-old. It's also extremely dangerous.
No, I mean, like, you shouldn't point that out to the 14-year-old themselves, but you can absolutely notice a sexual art style that is being produced by a 14-year-old, right? Especially when, like, excessive detail is given to bodily parts. And I don't think this should be the way. Ideally, breasts should not be associated with necessarily with sex, right? But when you're, like, animating the breasts themselves, making them super big, etc., like, someone could realistically make an observation that sexual or suggestive facets are being emphasized within the course of your drawings and animation.
Just to label a minor's art as sexual and then proceed to...
Did you see the text? It had flashing lines behind the character saying, "Teach me how to scream." What does that mean? Huh?
Harass them for it because it makes them more vulnerable.
Wait, I don't even want... Bro. Wait a second. There's no shot. It just says have a nice day.
Animation style and art style in general. The art style consists of very bright colors.
Where?
And the animation style is very flowy with a lot of movement in all parts.
I party like I am 21. I guess that could be a reference to drinking alcohol.
Emphasis on all parts of the character.
Before that. This is art 1, art piece 1.
Oh, Boyfish is a...
Find the time. I'll find the timestamp. I pointed out in chat.
A 14-year-old animator who's most
he, him, his.
popular on TikTok for their very unique animation style and art style in general. The art style consists of very bright colors, and the animation style is very flowy with a lot of movement.
What are you pointing out?
Of the character. Emphasis on of the emphasis of very
12:18. We weren't even at 12:18 yet. 6 minutes ago. I don't know where I was at. Okay, if you know the specific timestamp of this video where it was, just let me know. I can't do the calculations.
Vulnerable to predators, because if predators see that are vulnerable.
No, your time. What do you mean my time zone? Huh? 6 minutes ago is still 6 minutes, regardless of what time zone I'm in. I don't remember exactly where I was 6 minutes ago.
It seems that every single time that an artist has a fat character that's even slightly me, that's just so dehumanizing. It's even worse when you're going to a 14-year-old and you're claiming that they have a fat fetish. And this isn't like 1 or 2 comments. No, this is entire videos with tens of thousands of likes claiming that a 14-year-old has a fat fetish. And whilst I hope that all of the people claiming this are Boyfish's age or younger, a lot of these people don't have their ages on their bio. And this could be grown adults saying this about a 14-year-old. It's really concerning that sexually harassing a 14-year-old is seen as okay. And yes,
you should not be talking to the 14-year-old directly if you're concerned about their welfare.
this does count as sexual harassment. Making up rumors that someone has a fetish and then shaming them for it does count as sexual harassment. Unfortunately, a lot of people do not realize that this comes under sexual harassment because prying into popular people's sexual life has been so normalized. And I think it's partly because once you get to a certain amount
what
of
channel is
popularity, people will no longer see you on the same level as they would see another person.
131. Thank you. See, that's helpful. Can you give me like the timestamp of the video itself? You're right, dude. I guess you could argue, it's not technically sexual. But like, come on, dude. What are the chances this person isn't like really like isn't even really 14? They're just like some pedo account.
It's really concerning that sexually harassing a 14-year-old is
8:31 in your stop telling me about my VOD. You could just give me the timestamp of the video because I'm not gonna know what you're talking about. I appreciate your efforts. You don't have to do it if you don't have like the actual timestamp. Napoleon did have the timestamp. I appreciate it. Thank you. I can't work out where I was 6 minutes ago in this video. I'm sorry.
It's okay. And yes, this does count as sexual harassment. Making up rumors that someone has a fetish and then shaming them for it does count as sexual harassment. Unfortunately, a lot of people do not realize that this comes under sexual harassment because prying into popular people's sexual life
I appreciate your effort though, Grit. I'm sorry if I'm a little excessively mean tonight. I am tired. I did get horrible news tonight. I found out that the first car that my parents are buying for me, I wanted a Ferrari. Or no, it was a Porsche 911 I wanted. And they're only getting me a BMW. And it's been a hard day. It's really been a hard day.
So normalized. And I think it's partly because once you get to a certain amount of popularity...
Oh, but that too. The other thing too. It was really upsetting.
People will no longer see you on the same level as they would see another person. And it honestly sucks because this inability to see popular people on the same level as you results in them being mistreated, having personal information leaked about them, and people making extremely weird speculations on them. And it's the exact thing that Boyfish is going through. Anyways, to end this segment, I want to say, please see popular...
That's why I don't want a car. I don't know anything about cars. Nobody ever taught me anything about cars. I don't know shit about cars. I just had to figure out what a catalytic converter was, or I don't know like the components of an engine. I don't know how to change a tire. I don't know traffic laws. I know how, if I like got behind the wheel, I know how to turn the car on and drive it. But I would probably kill somebody because I would be horrible at driving. I know nothing about cars. I don't know how, I don't even understand how you drive automatic.
Artists as humans and
Or not automatic, sorry, manual.
Speculate on.
I do not have my license. I do not have my permit. I have a chronic procrastination problem, and I very well might not get a license until I'm 30.
What they're into, especially if they're 14, but it's weird in general if you do it to anyone.
Also, not having a car gives me money I can spend on other things. Like, can you imagine what I wouldn't be able to do if I had a car?
Even adults.
I wouldn't be able to eat fine food, chilling with fine women, in countries you've never even seen on the map with my blinged out watch, okay? All that because I don't drive. You know what I mean? You live in CA, you need a license. When I lived in Northern California, I didn't need a car, and if I was to remain up there permanently, I probably never would have got one because BART is such a great public transit system, minus the fact that the Trans Bay Tunnel, and I don't know if anyone's rode the Trans Bay Tunnel from the East Bay to like Embarcadero, but when you're going under that tunnel, under the bay, there is this thing that they haven't fixed, and I'm going to sound like, oh, I'm just like scared of loud noises, but anyone who's rode it knows what I mean. There's a solid few minutes where it's metal grating against metal, and it is one of the loudest sounds you'll ever hear. My phone was giving me the notification that I was exposed to unsafe levels of sound, and if you were to ride that shit every day for your commute, no doubt in my mind you'd like develop hearing loss when you're older. It's the loudest. Yes, I don't know. It's like a dangerous level of noise. Like they're gonna get sued for like causing hearing loss. No, it's not. It's not like a normal train sound. It's like excessively, like unbelievably loud. Like if you're riding it every day, you need to be like wearing earplugs.
Now we're on to the segment that most interested me about this situation, and that is Boyfish's alleged ableism towards people with epilepsy and lack of flash warnings on his videos, as well as the claim that his videos made someone have a seizure. Due to me being diagnosed with epilepsy and having to learn how to manage this disorder for the last 5 years of my life, I know quite a lot about epilepsy, because I kinda need to. Now, I'm gonna start with the first thing that...
Is there really not a... Also, by the way, Sorry, not okay, I know epilepsy is a bit more specific. I know seizures, like, there was someone, like, pretending like they knew what seizures did because they have seizures, and, like, they don't understand the concept that, like, there are different types of... Sorry, are we back? I cut out. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Fuck. Is stream dead? Is stream dead? Oh, we're back. Okay. Cool. It cut out there for a sec. So what you're gonna do, if you're lagging for whatever reason, you just need to refresh the page, and you'll be fine. Because my internet's back to normal, so if there's any lag, it's not gonna be on my end, it's on yours. Just refresh. Or reopen the video if you're on mobile.
People are upset about, and that is Boyfish's lack of flash warnings or eye strain warnings for his art. And I've seen people's main concern.
Eye strain like, I'm sympathetic, okay? I know that I have someone in my server, or did have someone in my server with epilepsy. I did not allow people to, like, send them. People tried. I did not allow people to send them, like, flashing, gifts or whatever, right? But, although I am sympathetic to disability, I think that if there are methods that you can undertake on your own to mitigate it, I don't think, like, there should be, like, entire expectations of other people to, like, stop certain things that they're doing to accommodate to you all the time, right? What I mean by that is, like, correct me if I'm wrong, can you not turn on settings on your phone or computer that prevent, not prevent, but lower the risk of, like, seizure from flashing colors?
be that it will cause people to have seizures. And I understand that concern completely because a lot of people's
It's cutting off on your end. Just refresh it.
perception of epilepsy is that if an epileptic person sees flashing lights, they're immediately going to drop onto the floor and start convulsing and like it's going to be really bad. But the amount of people with photosensitive epilepsy is actually pretty small. Around 5% of people with epilepsy are photosensitive. In my diagnosis, I'm labeled as photosensitive, and so when I see flashing lights and bright colors, it does affect me. I usually get hit with a sense of fear, and I uncontrollably space out and become unaware of my surroundings. This is most commonly referred
Dude, if I remember correctly, because like what a seizure does, I think obviously I've talked about this before. It depends on the part of the brain it's occurring. If I remember correctly, there's a seizure in the front of your brain, in your frontal lobe, that you can get, where it's not like you're convulsing, right? Because the frontal lobe is actually not even entirely necessary for the maintenance of life and functioning, right? Look at the case of Phineas Gage. Railroad spike through his head, took out most of his frontal lobe. Still able to live, just became like a dick. But I'm pretty sure there's like the frontal lobe controls like impulse control, decision making, logic, etc., etc. And I'm pretty sure there's a seizure you can get in your frontal lobe that can like temporarily like make you do something super impulsive.
to as an absence seizure and is usually completely harmless. Now, of course, a lot of people with
There was like even like speculation, I think it won't, and this is not true. This was later confirmed to be false. I don't know if this was a tactic utilized by the defense, but there was even speculation at one point that Dahmer suffered from epilepsy in his frontal lobe. Now that's not true, obviously, but
sensitive epilepsy have more extreme reactions to flashing lights. But the thing is, these people who are more sensitive to flashing lights usually have precautions put in place to ensure that they will not be triggered by anything on their phone. They usually do this by making sure—
we just dropped 30 fucking viewers. What is going on? We're dropping viewers like crazy. What is happening? Did the lag really kill my stream? Your YouTube crashed. Okay, for those of you that refreshed, is there any lag presently occurring?
their phones on low brightness and watching videos in a well-lit room instead of the dark. Now, you may be wondering, why am I saying this?
The video's almost over, guys.
Putting flash warnings on videos? No, I do think boyfish should put flash warnings on their videos, but I don't think it necessarily makes them ableist or it's their fault if people have seizures from their videos, because people with epilepsy can be triggered by anything, which moves on to their next claim, and this is that someone allegedly had a seizure due to boyfish's video, and there's multiple videos with tens of thousands of likes talking about this, and these videos are—
oh my god, it's giving ableism. Ruin this 14-year-old's life, write the colleges they haven't even applied to yet, write their high school, canceled forever, for all of eternity, never let this person have any prospects in life because of this. Truly disturbing. It's giving ableism.
Extremely vague. They don't really elaborate on what type of seizure this person had. I had to dig to find it, and allegedly it was a focal seizure. I've had focal seizures before, and—
okay, Squimbly Bimbly. Okay, this is actually the guy's name. I'm not making this up. We have one mutual friend on Discord, and it's Chud Logic. But this guy has come into my server, and every single night, depending on the stream, he is making a sketch of me on stream. So, on the 9th, we got this gem, okay? This was on the 9th. On the 9th, we also got this. And then tonight, he's drawn this. That looks nothing like me, sir. This is not awesome, okay? Squimbly Bimbly, you are ruining my fucking life, sir. Ruining it. My life is in tatters because of you. My wife saw this caricature and left me. Really captures your essence? Yeah, dude, I have fucking hooded eyelids, bro. I have like actually like significant DNA from the Caucasus, and apparently that's just like common there. But like my eyelids are like dead ass like fucking hooded. I don't know what I can really do about that. But I kind of like it. I think it makes it makes me like always look like a bitch.
And they're very uncomfortable and stressful. So I understand why this person would be upset with Boyfish, but I also understand Boyfish's side because their actual animations are not exactly flashy. They're just bright colors that move around a lot. And I understand that most people without epilepsy...
Wait, you're excuse me, you're squimbly bimbly. You've ruined my life. Oh no, I'm kidding. I like the art. Very base stuff happening. Just a worm has his replacement.
Usually have the perception that epilepsy is a disorder that is just triggered by flashing lights, and they don't really understand the specifics of it. The best thing...
True! Chiseled jaw... I have a great jawline. Chiseled, okay? Sunken in cheeks. I mean, what is there not to like about a guy like me, okay? What is there not to like? Alright? The women, they just can't stop... They can't stop coming after me.
You can do for disorders like this is to educate...
Oh, now we're getting botted. We're getting botted by someone who is definitely not Starbase. It's just like so funny. The bots disappear for months. I talk to Starbase, he gets humiliated on stream, and now we start getting botted. We get botted on Twitter. We get botted on... It's great. I love it, dude. I love it. YouTube will purge it in like 2 seconds. It's just a coincidence.
Stuff about them and to educate people.
No, Cal, it's not what you think. He DM'd me about that. He's like, I don't know who this is, but this image is really funny. And then Ferran sent me that and then made it his profile. It's not who you think.
In a kind and polite way about these disorders, instead of harassing this person and giving them death threats, especially when there's actually no way to possibly...
Okay, I'm done with this video. Goodbye, ma'am, sir, shister. What's up, shisters? How's it going, shisters? Oh, 366 now. YouTube's actually gotten really good at this. YouTube's gotten really good at it because, like, they actually purge your bots live. And it doesn't count when the stream is over. What the fuck? Okay, apparently, Dioria's soy chat is watching me at the moment. Listen, folks, it's not what it looks like. Okay? It is not what it looks like. Alright? Also, apparently Queeman is being accused of anti-Americanism. He hates America and Americans. If I was from another country, I would probably hate us right now too. To be fair. I still will always love America. I love the ideals that it strives for, in theory, but sometimes the clocks turn back for us and we move farther from those ideals, and then other times go towards them. I like that it has become a land of common unifying, or used to be a land of common unifying beliefs, as opposed to where the people from all walks of life and all groups could enter and assimilate into. But we're, like, actually fucked right now. We're the most obnoxious, like, self-centered, egocentric fucking country on Earth right now that elected a fucking moron into office, and, like, we're, like, two steps away from, like, the fucking MAGA concentration camps Democrats are getting thrown into. This is such... Honestly, we're, like, a pile of hot shit right now. That's real patriotism, by the way. Patriotism is not buying a fucking cheap-ass fucking made-in-Bangladesh American flag on Amazon and, like, hanging it up and flag-waving and being like, I love this country. Real patriotism is loving your country so much that you're willing to criticize it to see it do better. Not pretending like everything is fucking great. That's a perversion of patriotism. A total perversion of it. And to the Canadians watching, just know, okay? Canada. I feel really bad for Canada, by the way. I've like spoken to and seen Canadians. They like talk like they're so friendly too, but they like talk like all sad and stuff about like our total like fucking betrayal on them. Canada, you guys are more okay, this is like actually a horrible time size, but you guys are more American right now than we are. I stand with Canada. I stand with Canada. I love you, Canada. I love you, Canada. Canadians are cocked. Canadians are rational, welcoming, hospitable people that have managed to find happiness in a land that's geography and weather they should have otherwise been miserable living on. Do not call us American. You know what I meant, okay? You Canadians, you're so fucking pedantic and petty. Dude, fuck Canada. Okay, don't call us that. Don't call us American. I was saying that you guys believe in our values or supposed values more than we do right now. Not that you were actually Americans. Okay, but you Canadians are so fucking dumb. You just like can't understand that. I don't, Augie. I debated a guy that got caught, a programmer that got caught messaging and trying to befriend a 16-year-old at the age of 30, and then editing and changing evidence from his DMs and purposely omitting certain details in an incredibly suspicious fashion, where what the 16-year-old originally claims he had DM'd her looks like the beginning stages of grooming. I had the audacity to call him on this and debate him on this, and I am now just like totally coincidentally being botted on everything, on Twitter, on here, just like the last time I dared to like debate or talk about this 30-year-old's messages to the 16-year-old. So, it is what it is. It's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. I'm doing the food shops thing. Just a coincidence. I'm sure it's not linked. Stop yelling. I'll turn my gain down a little bit. Sorry. So, Augie, are you willing to announce officially on the record that Nicholas Diorio, Tommy C, and Willie Mack have been brainwashed and are on Ethan and Hila Klein's leash? Are you willing to admit that now? Or you want to state that on the record? Aiden, what happened to you, by the way? You used to be full of joy. I covered an art commentary community drama once. Apparently we got some new statements from Ethan Klein, too.
Is that...
This guy... Like, tell me I'm wrong here, Augie. Is this guy... Like, this is... Like, if you were to go down the lolcow fucking checklist, okay? The lolcow checklist. The way this guy responds to criticism. The way he makes every negative situation about him. How egocentric he is. You know, like, this is a lolcow. But the term lolcow is meaningless because it's dependent on who we like at any given moment and how many friends you have within the space. Let me ask you this, Augie. Are you willing to call Tommy C a lolcow? Because do you remember what started the downfall of flamenco? Do you remember this? Flamenco had refused to concede. This was not the beginning of his downfall, but this was one of the aspects. And Nick even put this in his video on Flamenco. Flamenco refused to concede that he had misreported information about the Keffel's money laundering allegation, or embezzlement allegations, right? He refused to make a concession on that, which showed how stubborn he was. We also had shit like the Xander Hall mom shit, but that's separate, right? But the other thing, the thing that really began the downfall was Salvo and leave the kids alone shit. How he couldn't take a joke. Do you know that Tommy has been treating being called Tommy CP as though it were a serious pedophile allegation, and admitted to somebody the other day that the reason he hates me is because I was hanging out with, allegedly, that the reason he hates me is because I was hanging out with people who call him Tommy CP, as if that's addressing it as though it's a serious allegation. Flamenco gets mad at Leave the Kids Alone. He's the lolcow that can't take a joke. Tommy treats people calling him Tommy CP like it's a serious allegation. That's fine. Tommy engages in, and he's going to say, you never say what it is. That's another lie, because I always say what it is. Multiple lies and acts of egregious misreporting that he has refused to take ownership of. Okay? Tommy has a kid that won't talk to him. Tommy is really fat and disgusting. Tommy's a college dropout. Tommy's the guy whose entire life relies on his veteran status, like any sense of credibility he has, because he went to Iraq after Saddam fell. Why is he not a lolcow? Why is Tommy C... Help me explain. Explain it to me. I don't get it. I don't understand. Why is this fat fucking pathetic creature living like a social parasite in Germany due to Germany's gratitude and decent welfare system? This social parasite, this parasite of marriage, okay, leeching off of the fruits of his wife's labor. Why is this sad, pathetic, fat piece of shit not a lolcow to people like Nicholas Diorio? I'll tell you why, because nobody has any fucking standards. Take Tommy out back. Take him out back.
I don't know if that was a soundbite.
No, that was me. I was saying I have one too. I have a story too.
I'm gonna pull that too, man.
Here you go, tomorrow.
Here, tomorrow, yeah, tell us.
Oh.
This is getting serious. Okay, so can't address the point. Can't denounce Tommy. Can't admit him right. It's sweeping. It's mass sweeping for this old, pathetic failure who offers nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Over there.
Okay. So apparently Ethan Klein had this beautiful Jewish woman on for some... I heard this episode's a little weird.
I know, I hear that music and I just feel the need to applaud.
So, what's your stories?
I mean, is ignoring Tommy sweeping... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we had like a fucking 2018 Augie or 2019 Augie chatter come in. My bad.
Yeah, Ethan, people...
Beautiful Jews. Okay, good one, buddy.
Think you are evil.
Mm-hmm.
And it's super, super frustrating because I think a lot of people just...
Who is this person? What are her like qualifications? Is it just like we just like found a Jewish person in LA to bring on the show?
See little bits online and they want to be like, oh, he's a bad guy. He's a Zionist.
Mm-hmm.
And like...
What little bits, by the way? What little bits? Because this guy actively lied to engage in apology for the Israeli state's illegal occupation of the West Bank. He claimed that the raids in the illegally occupied West Bank, specifically the ones happening in 2006, I think after the Lebanon War, if I remember correctly, were done in collaboration with the PA, which is not true. When is Diorio Willie Mack gonna call that one out? He just like fucking lied. He just like blatantly lied. When are they gonna call that one out?
It's so frustrating because I'm like, bro, do you even watch him? And they never do. And at a certain point, it's like, feels disrespectful to me that I'm like, if you think I'm reasonable and you know I watch Ethan, like it's just so incredibly upsetting and frustrating. People just call you a Zionist and they assume you support Israel, and
they assume you support Israel. When you make statement, I agree that it is anti-Semitic. I don't know how I'd put this, because I don't think you would be like insane to assume that an active member of the Jewish American community is a Zionist, right? Because statistically, that's most likely going to be the case. But I think making like a firm accusation based off of that information is probably going to be like anti-Semitic, right? But nobody's like assuming that Ethan supports Israel. He's telling people, you should just like go there for yourself. Hila was like boots on the ground, man. She's experienced it. Meanwhile, Hila Klein was like in the West Bank for this. He's like, Hassan doesn't actually even go to the West Bank. Why? So he could be like arrested by Israeli military authorities? Like, or attacked by the, whoa, the fuck just, Mossad got me. What is, what is happening? Boot up Hoi 4, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, people think it's just so frustrating because you've never said that, and people don't know, they don't want.
He's actively engaged in apology for Israel. He's actively given every he believes that the extent of his pro-Palestinian sentiment is just what he believes is acceptable enough where he thinks he can be thought he could be passable to the pro-Palestinian movement, right? It was purely performative, making easy. This is what they do, and this is a great way to spot them. Okay? Netanyahu is a war criminal. Netanyahu is a horrible person. Netanyahu needs to be tried by the ICC. Okay? But the problem we run into here is when people personify all of Israel's problems into Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay? He is one of the most extreme manifestation of a problem, a sickness that has been rooted in this society since its inception. And it gives you an out. It gives Israeli society an out to put this on Netanyahu. Okay? He's the most extreme variant of it. But his rise to power was done with the compliance of the population, and he has engaged in policy that has been reminiscent of some horrible fucking sentiment by the Israeli populace. Right? Like the West Bank settlement policy. That did not start with Netanyahu. Okay? Crimes against Palestinian civilians did not start with Netanyahu. Actively stating that you want ethnic cleansing did not start with Netanyahu. I forget his fucking name. His name was like, he was some like Israeli philosopher, or it was like in the 1940s, I believe. God, why can't I think of this guy's name? He was like an advisor to Golda Meir. Fuck. Dude, I can't think of this guy's name right now. I know who you're talking. He had like crazy hair. Fuck, dude. Does anyone have this guy's name? Essentially, this guy back in the 1940s, and he was an advisor to Ben Gurion, to Golda Meir. This guy, even back then, was saying, and he was considered liberal, by the way, in Israeli society. He was stating back then that the end plan should be the resettlement of Arabs into Egypt, into Jordan, into that is like the end plan here, right? Whenever people do this thing of, why doesn't Egypt take them in? Why don't they go to Egypt? Why aren't any of these Arab countries taking them in? Those people want ethnic cleansing. They want to permanently relocate the Arab populace out of these, remove them from this section of land, and make it majority Jewish, right? That is ethnic cleansing, by definition.
Yeah. But it's just an easy thing to say.
What is your opinion for how this became so prevalent? Is it just like Hassan, TikTok, Twitter? It's relentless.
I think it's like people like Hassan, like...
Yo, $2 from Confusing Opinion. Putting us halfway to Streamly Gold. You guys are the best. Keep cam off. I just love looking at myself, so it's hard sometimes.
It's just so easy to call you guys Zionists. And people... I can honestly understand how people who don't watch the show, it's like, well, he must be supporting Israel, because like, why else is everyone calling him a Zionist, right? You know, you usually wouldn't assume people are just lying.
It's like an avalanche.
Yeah. Again, so it's also just frustrating because.
So by definition, Ethan Klein is a Zionist, right? But now when we colloquially use that term, we're not referring merely to people that believe in the existence of a Jewish state, right? We're now referring more to a political alignment, a very specific political alignment that involves apologia for Israeli policy, if not outright support for it. And Ethan is like smart in the sense he knows just where he thinks he can ride the line. Well, not exactly. He thinks he can ride the line in certain places, but it's very clear if you listen to his emphasis on certain facts, etc., that his sympathies and support lies dominantly with Israel over Palestine. Like, it's very like blatantly apparent when he's talking to what's his fucking face, Sam Cedar, right? What is he emphasize? He's like, but you can when they're talking about, like, I think it was like the settlement policy. He's like, but you can understand like why Israelis like feel this, or it's like, this would be the equivalent, right? And I'm not saying the consequences on the same level, but when we're talking about, you know, war crimes or atrocities committed on the state level, nobody gives a fuck at that point what motivated that state to commit those atrocities. Okay? I get it. The Israeli populace thinks everybody on earth wants to kill them, and their fear is utilized as a tactic to justify abhorrent shit. That's the tactics that were utilized in Nazi Germany. Any society that has engaged in something we can all deem universally to be a horrible insult to like human rights and dignity, the population got to that point with fear.
Zionism has come to mean just like blindly supporting Israel. So it's a whole thing, but it is really upsetting. And I've had a lot of arguments with good friends who have kind of made me feel as if I've done something morally questionable. And I'm like, I really love Ethan.
Thank you.
I think he's a really great guy.
Thank you. That's so nice.
You know, watching you as a fan, I thought you were great. Then meeting you, you are great. And it's really upsetting how it's just.
Is this just literally like a random Jewish woman they pulled off the street?
Hold on, Dan. Stop laughing. We need Tamara on the mic more often.
Got a problem, Dan?
We need to get her as a permanent spot. And Dan laughing over there. Go on, please.
No, I'm not gonna gas you up too much, okay?
The intimidation, the fear, it's like it's like friendly. It's a friendly, but in reality, he's seething with rage. Stop fucking laughing, Dan. His employees are terrified. No, I don't know if that's true. I don't know. That could be. I don't follow H3 enough to know that.
Definitely have your problems, buddy.
All right, there you go.
She works for the show. Got it.
There you go. All right.
I'm just saying,
come on. Don't we all?
Yes, we all do. And you're not a bad guy, and you're not a genocide lover. You're just you, and you are troublesome sometimes, but that's why people love you.
Right.
Yes, I understand. We're being botted. Did you guys know that like the viewership is being botted right now? Do you guys know that? No, I didn't. Thank you for informing me. That's so crazy. That's so crazy that you point out this detail. Not again. Why is it midstream I start to develop a fucking pimple on my face, bro? Why is that? I think I'm now starting to get one on my fucking cheek. I can feel it forming. We could do like a time lapse of the stream, watching the shit form.
Yes.
Is that why you love me?
I don't know. It's not your fault. A little bit. You know what? You know why I do love you, Ethan? Because you are just yourself, and you will always, at least that I've seen, take accountability and apologize, and you're just a very sincere person. And
has he taken accountability yet for like lying a few weeks ago about PA collaboration with the Israeli raids in the West Bank?
And it's upsetting how easy it is to just kind of put you in a category, and so many people think it.
The truth is, too.
That might not be, is it? It might be eczema. I'd have to look in the mirror. It looks like it's actually starting to die down a little bit.
I don't think people would.
4K natural viewers, but it's like the same bit over and over and over. We get it. We understand. I'm being botted. YouTube should have fucking purged the bots right now, but I guess they're sleeping or something. Okay? We get it.
Have such an easy time writing me off as some evil person if I was not Jewish.
Yeah, so total like delusion, a total insult to like actual victims of anti-Semitism. No, right? Your weird like defensiveness over Israel and your apologia for the crimes committed by Israel, although you may feel like you have to do that because you were Jewish, it is not inherent to being Jewish, and you can totally be Jewish and not do those things. If you were a evangelical Christian that was saying some of the shit you've been saying, right? Like, people would still take issue at that.
I think for them, it's all part of the story that even unconsciously they go, of course he's a Zionist. He's an American, he's a liberal Zionist. Of course he supports Israel. Of course he's evil. I genuinely think so. I do.
Maybe to some extent, people are more suspicious of him potentially supporting Israel because of his history, or because of his history that was due to his heritage, like, you know, the trips he went on, et cetera, or linked to his heritage. That could create extra room for suspicion, right? But like he can easily, like, I don't think he needs to do extra work. Like, Sam Cedar is Jewish, right? Sam Cedar also like a Jewish upbringing, and he doesn't do this like weird apology for Israel, as far as I know. Like, this is literally just about your opinions.
And it is, right? I mean, it is anti-Semitic on its face. These people, there's a group of people who are defaming me all around the internet, and everybody's falling in line and just being like evil Zionists.
He also just like looks really unwell too, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm a hypocrite. But like, he just looks like he has not had a good night's sleep in a while. He looks like he's aged like significantly over the last few years. I mean, I don't know if it's you do look a little weird after you lose a lot of weight. Right, when I became skinny again, I think I looked like a bit odd for a little bit, or a bit unhealthy for a little bit. I still kind of do look unhealthy, but that's just because I am unhealthy. But it's like, it's just like very sad to, as a former H3 fan myself, okay, it's just very sad to witness the decay of this man.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it's like, of course you don't, you hear he's a Zionist. Well, of course that makes sense. He's Jewish. His wife is Israeli.
Yeah,
you know?
they're evil.
And for me also, I think I can...
His wife volunteered to participate in a illegal raid in the West Bank that she hasn't apologized for yet.
I swear, people, because I'm Jewish, people attribute me thinking that you're not crazy to me also being Jewish. And it's really upsetting.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. And it's nice to hear. I think everybody's... A lot of people in the fandom and even a lot of people out here seem to be experiencing stuff like that. And Nate, you said you have a story.
Yeah, well, I had a family member just randomly post a TikTok on their Instagram story one time talking about you, and I knew the family.
Okay, is it gonna be weird to, like, I think he's like clearly Latino of some sort, right?
Member doesn't watch you at all. They know nothing of the show.
He's Latino, right?
I think they only hear your name in passing through like TikTok videos.
Maybe it could be like Mizrahi Jewish, growing up in a Latino neighborhood.
And I messaged them and I was like, "Why'd you post this video?"
Okay, he's Mexican. Got it. I didn't want to assume.
Especially because they knew I worked here, and they're like, "Oh, I just have an opinion."
He has his own Toki. True. Except instead of, I want to get to the point where everyone fears me as much as Ethan's employees fear him. Because right now, Toki, every single chat will be in here one guying me
on him. But I was like, "But why? You don't watch him at all? You never seen a bit of him?" And they're young. They're like 17, 18 when they posted this. And so I'm like, "You don't know." Like,
you're just shitting on a random Jewish guy.
Well, yeah, you're just shitting on. And the weird part was that the video was like a pro Trisha video.
To some extent, by the way, I think it is true that like if you go to like Instagram Reels and shit, whenever you see a visibly Jewish person, there will be Palestinian flags in the description, under the assumption that this individual is Zionist by virtue of their heritage or religion. And even though it's like statistically likely, I think a big thing that plays into this is the purposeful and intentional conflation of the Israeli state with the Jewish people that has been perpetuated by organizations like the ADL, by people like Ethan Klein, and by the Israeli state in and of itself. By the way, I missed some donuts on Streamlabs. 8009X, $5 popping in again, but how you been doing? My cat recently gave birth on the 31st of July to 4 kittens. Ooh, that's sick, bro. That's sick. Well, wish her well for me. Wish her well. Hopefully, it's going to be a good baby shower. Maybe I'm invited. Mr. Grape with the 5. W shirt as always. Thank you so much, sir, although I'm suspicious of your name.
Crazy.
But that's the crazy part.
If you too want your insane, wacky messages read out, you can donate through Super Chats, The button is in the chat. The link for Streamlabs is in the description below. And if you can't, that's fine. All 2,000 of you can like.
I'm like, but you also don't watch Trisha Paytas. So I don't know why you.
But Trisha's the actual Zionist. She's literally gets paid from the state of Israel to fly massive flags in front of her fucking house.
Yeah,
but
she's
also
not
like
Jewish.
talk about a problematic person. Like if you're gonna waive everything that Trisha has done,
You know
which
what's
is like a
different?
huge past, but
Wait,
somehow you're not okay.
Has anyone waved with Trisha? Like, I feel like Trisha is just like a disliked. Like she's kind of considered iconic, I guess, amongst like the type of people that would shit on Ethan Klein. But like, I feel like it is like acknowledged that Trisha Paytas is like an attention starved, like bad person, right?
The one thing that everybody's hating on me for, Trisha does and has done way more her whole career. And I've been consistently like pro-Palestinian and anti-Netanyahu and West Bank settlements my whole career. People found my...
What did he say?
Palestinian. Trisha does and has done way more her whole career. And I've been consistently like pro-Palestinian and anti-Netanyahu and West Bank settlements.
Yeah, but that's like the bare minimum, buddy. Like he thinks like the problem is merely with Netanyahu and the settlements. It isn't. Okay? I take issue with the formation of a Jewish state on land that has historically been occupied by multiple ethnic groups. And even though you could argue that the individual ethnic groups living within that are politically compliant and living in the main sections of the land get a bit of equal treatment, right? That does not mean that preferential treatment is not given to Jews in law, right? Codified in law, the right of return for people whose lineage has not been to Israel in 1,000 years. Okay, there's two stupid narratives about this. The narrative that Jews are like pure Europeans that have no lineage descending from there or whatever is like a dumb argument. It's easily disproven, right? But then the argument that Jews are also Middle Eastern, and because they had a contributing group to their admixture that descended from the Levant, like in the times of ancient Rome, they somehow have any modern day claim to the land, is also really fucking dumb. There's like a middle ground. I don't think because you have a distant ancestor from 1,000 years ago that once occupied these lands, that somehow you like that's just like blood and soil, right? To claim that you somehow have a right to these lands. Furthermore, where was I going with this? Yeah, I think like there's misconceptions. Obviously, on the other side, some of their arguments are just like really like appeal to popularity. Like on the pro-Palestinian side, I actually, unlike Ethan, I'm overwhelmingly pro-Palestinian. But there are like some dumb. I'm gonna call out like bad arguments if they're from the side I support because you can easily poke holes in it. I don't consider myself Middle Eastern, right? I have some Middle Eastern, like a marginal amount of Middle Eastern ancestry, due to that, distant ancestor from 1,000 years ago. But it's also like Jews are not Polish. Like, let's just be clear. If anything, as I've said before, for Ashkenazi Jews, which is like kind of like when people think of Jews, they think of Ashkenazi. Like, they'd have a better claim to being Italians. They have mostly their European admixture is mostly Southern European, not from Poland, not from Germany, not from Belarus, not from Russia. Remember Trisha was on a shitty... She used to be on every single fucking show, man. She was on My Strange Addiction for a tanning addiction. She was on, like, X Factor for being, like, the world's fastest talker. She was on 1,000 Ways to Die, giving commentary on, like, one of the crazy deaths that happened on the show. What's your background? It's like a closet in my kitchen. She was on she was on every show, bro. She was everywhere.
My whole career. People found my old Reddit account, and what's funny is they all want to be like, oh, this guy's crazy. But the one comment I don't see any of the haters talking about is one from 14 years ago. Maybe you guys can fish it up and send it to me, of me saying that I don't support Netanyahu in the West.
Oh, he meant your ethnicity? I'm a mixture. I'm kind of a mutt, right? But I'm predominantly Jewish. but within that Jewish, my admixture specifically Ashkenazi Jewish, and I think there's like some Sephardic and like Mountain Jew, but like within that admixture, when you like break it down, I think it's like what? It's like 10% Iberian Peninsula, 10% South Italy. I think like 5% Eastern Europe or something. It's either 5 or 9% Eastern Europe. Cyprus, a little bit. 2% North African. 30% from the Caucasus. Listen, if the Khazar theory is true, I'm living proof of it. Okay, like I think 30% of my DNA is traced to the former land that was like Khazaria.
Bank settlements 14 years ago from an account nobody knew me on. So like there was no motive.
If you think a debate, you think I'd need to be way more knowledgeable. Like that's where I get like I'm good with the rhetoric part, but I just don't do prep. That's my problem. I need to break my habit. I don't know what's happened to me, but I just like don't. I like procrastinate and don't do anything sometimes until like if it's not like assigned to me and I have to absolutely do it, I just won't do it. Like it's fucking nuts.
For me to lie about, you know, and it's
like I needed like if my teacher, my nightmare would be if the teacher posted all my assignments or professor posted all my assignments for the year with no due dates on them. I would be so absolutely fucked.
I don't think these people are anti-Semitic, but what they're doing is targeting a random Jewish dude. And then what's the difference between me and Trisha?
Yeah, I think the thing is, at least with Gen Z, is that they're.
But what about her? Okay, I think I'm done with this. I think I just have like total like dopamine fucking depletion, bro. I just like I don't know what is like happening recently, but like I cannot do shit if I don't have to do it. Well, what else is there to even cover? Can this dick ever finish a thought without This is the thing. I like my tangents. If I could sit here and not be watching something and talk to you guys, I would love to do a stream like that one day. Okay? I don't want to be reliant on what I'm watching for the sake of making content. I just like going on tangents. I'm sorry. It's how my mind works. Some people like it, some people don't. I was talking about sorry. Fuck. I just self-owned.
Very quick to just kind of watch a TikTok video. It tells you what to think, and then they run with it, right? It's like free, like more.
Because streaming is like no effort. Streaming doesn't require like I have like a very rich internal dialogue, and I'm just saying it out loud. Like I'm doing with streaming what I would normally be doing if I wasn't streaming. I just have to turn on the fucking. I just have to hit the button, and there we go. So. It's like, it's very, like, effortless.
Points, right? It's like, oh, I'm against this person.
I say this is the easiest job in the world. This is, like, so incredibly easy, it doesn't feel right how easy it is. It just is.
Everybody hates, therefore I'm also a good person, right? It's easy to do. You don't have to do anything, right?
It's the social credits, yeah.
Yeah, so...
A lot of it is, like, yeah, this online activism that you see. It's very virtue signaling, and you have to signal to everybody around you, hey, I hate this dude, too. We're cool, right?
You know, recently somebody passed on working with me, and they said that I should educate myself on the topic.
True.
What? That I should educate myself.
True. She literally thinks she was agreeing with Ethan's stance that the PA was collaborating with the IDF at the time of Ila's raid. Yes, she does need to educate herself
on the topic.
That's funny. I feel more educated on the topic than probably 95% than all these people.
Of course you do. A lot of incorrect people think that they are educated on a topic. It does not make them any less incorrect.
Right? But how fucking condescending.
To an Israeli who still has family there and is very much affected every day by what's going on, to tell me to educate.
That's more incentive to fucking educate yourself. This is what I hate. They were like relying on Hila's been to the West Bank. Yeah, she's been to the West Bank when she was on behalf of the IDF, when she was partaking in an illegal raid. Just because she's been there doesn't mean she has some authority on this topic. If anything, she would need to educate herself more than I or you would, because she has grown up in a world where she has only been exposed, until she moved to America, and even still in America to some extent, she's only been exposed to one warped perspective. So just because you were linked to one side in a conflict and polarized issue does not make you more educated on the topic as a whole. If anything, it contributes to the notion of bias and the skewed reception, interpretation of the information you're given.
Myself on the topic.
So, at any rate,
yeah.
Were you able to get through to them, Nate? How did that go?
No, the conversation. I mean, it's family, so just kind of have to move. They don't.
It is what it
they
is.
don't talk about it anymore. They kind of moved on from talking about it.
But why is it that? Go ahead, finish your thought.
Well, I will say, I think the biggest issue you have right now is that you're like pretty much on two different fronts, right? You're fighting Hassan fans and you're fighting Trisha fans, and they're both like super duper like.
It's an unholy alliance.
Yeah, it's hard. You know, you got to take it one at a time. But unfortunately, we're doing two, right?
So, the question is, why is these people?
All right, I guess we got this. YouTube's worst response video is insane. Bacon guy.
I'm gonna skip on watching the Mona, and the reason why isn't gonna be popular, but it's because of the LGBT storyline.
Ladies and gentlemen, stop me your viewers. I hope you've had a good day, because I certainly have. In today's video, we're going to be talking about a recent controversy revolving around a guy called Bacon Guy. This all happened because one of his YouTube shorts.
Is anybody still in chat, by the way? All 2,000 of you. Type in chat if you were here. AG4 in chat if you were here. If you're active. We're almost at 100 likes. If you haven't liked yet, you could help us hit 100. You might think that you liking isn't going to change a whole lot, but it is the people that, despite knowing that they're insignificant, decide to be a part of a significant action. So like the stream if you're here. Additionally, we are halfway to Donut Goal. You can support us through the Super Chats link. The button, the Super Chats button, the button is in the bottom of the chat. If not, you can go to the Streamlabs link in the description. Also, if you're new here, you can subscribe. We are at 7.1 thousand. We're on the road to 8K. And the day we hit 10K, I don't know what I'm going to do for 10K. When we hit 10K, it will be a glorious, glorious fucking day indeed.
It was incredibly controversial and blew up online. That led to
I'm here, but I'm going to sleep soon. Yeah, I drank too much coffee, dude. I'm so fucked.
a response video.
$10 from Not Spencer. Thank you so much. Ethan's unironically anti-Semitic. Listen how he talked about Orthodox Jews refusing IDF service in Israel. You have good genes, Aiden. If you were one of my roosters, I would keep you for breeding. Thank you. I appreciate it. I truly appreciate. It's a lot to process. So it's a lot to take in. So I just need a sec to process that. I don't think, because for more secular Jews, even when it's not in the context of military service, it's not even anti-Orthodox. People use the term Orthodox, like Ben Shapiro is Orthodox. When you're talking about like the Jews with like the side curls and shit, you're talking about Hasidic Jews. And there is a ton of hatred for Hasidic Jews from within the Jewish community. And to be clear, there's a misconception because of groups like what is it, Nahari Kurta or whatever, that like Hasidic Jews are anti-Zionist. That's not true. To be clear, there are some movements within Hasidic Judaism, just like in secular Judaism, etc., that are anti-Zionist. But the broader Haredi Hasidic Jewish community is Zionist. They just would want a more religious and less secular state. That's their grievance, right? But like the gripe, I think, from within the Jewish diaspora is perceived behaviors of this group, right? Growing up, I was told they had a archaic view of women, which was kind of true, right? Like they would get offended if you're like a woman walking through the neighborhood with like, if you were like too revealing or like sitting too close to them. They tend to have a lot of like they're like very like the thing about religions is they need to liberalize or go through reform, and like Hasidic Judaism is kind of like a time capsule that didn't undergo, or I think it was like, if I remember correctly, it was a response, maybe it was a response to the Jewish Enlightenment. I don't remember exactly, but they kind of like they have a very old-fashioned way of doing things.
and his response video is genuinely diabolical.
What the fuck does Zionist mean? Zionist means you believe in the existence of a Jewish state within the Levant, right? The land that Israel presently occupies and beyond. Like many Zionists also want the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Now, the people say, oh, that doesn't sound so bad. Yeah, I think it's probably bad that you have a state in a multi-ethnic land. You establish a state that other people are already living on, that is dedicated to and prioritizes. And you can say, oh, well, it's a religion too. You can convert into it. People rarely convert into it. Okay, just like to be clear, it is like predominantly an ethno-religion. Most Jews are ethnic Jews. Like it is essential, in essence, an ethno state. And I think that that's not good. I don't think that a state, especially a state that is built on a land occupied by multiple ethnicities, should devote itself to a singular ethnicity. Now, I guess I could be considered. So I used to be of the belief, and I still am, okay? I don't like religious governance either. And some people in the, some of the people I know who are pro-Palestinian took issue with this, right? And called me Islamophobic. I'm not Islamophobic, just to be clear. I just don't want Islamic governance. I don't want Jewish governance. I don't want Christian governance. I believe in a singular, secular state that does not acknowledge any one ethnic group over the other, and I believe in like the right of return for Palestinians who were removed from the land during Jewish settlement there. Theoretically, though, I understand that this is like utopian, so I believe a transitionary phase that would minimize harm at this present moment would be two-state. Theoretically, I am for one secular state. Pragmatically, at the moment, I am for two states.
But before we get into this,
I know that I've been to the Vatican. Sorry, I've been to the Vatican. The Vatican's different, okay? The Vatican's a little bit different. It's not really like it's legally a country, but
topic at hand. If you haven't already, please consider leave a like, subscribing, and hitting the notification bell. It really helps with the channel, especially if you do enjoy the content. But without further ado, let's dive in.
Why specifically there? Why not somewhere else? Somewhere not already inhabited? Because the religious, this is another misconception. Okay, when you think of Jews, you think of like the white Ashkenazi Jews. Most of the Jews living in Israel are Mizrahi. They were Jews that were spread across the Middle East and North Africa, and they have a they tend to be much more extremist, much more right-leaning. That is like I think the predominant Jewish group amongst Israel. They tend to be way more religious, and they believe that they have a biblical claim to that land. They believe that land is tied to them. There is no other land that will suffice. At one point, Vietnam genuinely considered giving Jews a state there when Ho Chi Minh met Ben Gurion at a hotel in Paris, I believe. And at one point, to curb the Zionist movement, and I agree this was like a dumb attempt, Joseph Stalin created the Jewish Autonomous Oblast, which still exists in Russia, which would have like minimal self-government within the Soviet Union, and Jews could go and live there. It's in a very shitty location, though, to be fair.
To this response and the situation at hand. Now, all of this controversy transpired when one of his YouTube shorts was posted to Twitter, and it went down like an absolute bomb.
Why won't I watch Nimona? I've talked a lot about Netflix's great animated movies recently, and you guys in the comments have been suggesting one movie more than any other. Nimona, a film about a shapeshifter who helps a wrongfully accused knight clear his name. I gotta say though, I'm gonna skip on watching Nimona, and the reason why isn't gonna be popular, but it's because of the LGBT storyline.
Look, let's hear Bacon Guy out. We don't know who.
True, he's rejecting the woke. Reject wokeness, people. Reject wokeness.
Bacon Guy is. Maybe he just doesn't like romantic storylines in movies. Maybe the LGBTQ storyline in this movie just really sucked that bad, which turned him off. He saw some bad reviews about it. But let's see what he's gonna say.
Let me explain before you cancel me. I don't like it when LGBT storylines or characters are put in children's media. For one, I don't think that's the kind of thing children need to be worried.
Right. Okay.
So you say So this is the thing, right? I can understand the perspective of maybe not wanting like overt messaging, that like in like a children's TV show that like I guess like directly advocates for one way or another. But I think it's like totally fine to have representation, as long as it's not like forced and cringe. That's the problem I have with like diversity in movies and shows. It's like super forced and cringe how they do it. Like a good example of this would be like in movies. I think it's like incredibly lazy and actually kind of offensive to the groups you're claiming to represent when you take an already pre-written character and decide to like swap their race. I think it's a very lazy form of pandering and representation. What we should be doing if we want black representation, and it already exists, right? There are plenty of great original black characters, black superheroes and supervillains. We should be representing those original black characters on the screen. I think Black Panther was a great movie. That was a great way to represent black people in superhero movies.
But secondly, I think parents should be the one to talk to their kids about sexual topics, not billion-dollar corporations.
And then from that, you can only assume that he doesn't.
Like, it's like the bare minimum effort. We're not even going to go through the effort of, like, creating, like, a unique storyline for you. We're just going to, like, give you someone else's role. We're going to just, like, you could just, like, take on this role of a white person. We're not even going to, like, bother fucking, like, including, like, it's not real representation at all.
Straight relationships or any relationships because of that, right?
And when those billion-dollar corporations try, I don't want to be the guy to support them with my money or my channel. I didn't see Lightyear, Elemental, or Strange World in theaters, partially because 2 of them looked horrible, but mostly because
that doesn't really bother me or stop me from watching a movie, to be clear. It's just I like the representation of marginalized groups, and I think that that's not the way we should be doing it. But with that being said, like the other day I was talking, like I think Zoe Kravitz was a great Catwoman. I didn't mind, I forget his name, the actor that got cast as like Gordon in the Batman. There was someone else.
I don't want to support
$5 from Spencer. One of my roosters was developing to be like Ethan or Willie Mack. It would end up in my special needs non-breeding flock. Maybe. Very cool, Spencer. Cool things happening. Thank you so much.
This kind of children's entertainment. I feel bad sometimes even suggesting kids content with LGBT messages, even if they're as minor as Onward or Gravity Falls. I know not everyone cares about this, but I also know there's others out there that feel the same way. I'm not gonna tell you to cancel or boycott these movies. Frankly, you can make your own choices about this kind of thing. But that's the reason why I personally will skip on Nimona. Hopefully you get where—
Or like Into the Spider-Verse. That's another great one. This is where you like, where the Into the Spider-Verse was the perfect fucking purity test. Into the Spider-Verse was the like perfect purity test for like if someone was actually like concerned about lazy representation or if they were actually racist, right? Because Miles Morales is a black original character that is Into the Spider-Verse was a great movie. I don't normally like animated movies. It was an incredible film, right? And Miles Morales was an original character. They didn't just like replace Peter Parker with like a black guy and still call him Peter Parker. They had a black character, original black character represented on screen. The movie was great, and I didn't see many people complain about it, except, right, I had this debate with 2 individuals, one by the name of Gator, the other by the name of Ranbot. You'd recognize both these people because they used to be Killstream like co-hosts or something. Ranbot was in the Australian army, and he lost a battle to an ammo crate, which fell on his head in basic training, and he now lives off disability. And Ranbot admitted to showing the Christchurch mosque shooting video, or a portion of it, to his 6-year-old son. Now, Gator has just, like, I guess gone, like, full fucking lolicon enjoyer now or whatever, like, retweeting people like Fallen Shadow, who are, like, their videos are literally intended for pedophiles. And like they were saying that Peter Parker, they were going to phase Peter Parker off screen and he was just going to be totally replaced with Miles Morales. And it still hasn't happened. At this point, that was what, 2 fucking years ago? I haven't seen that yet. They just literally have a problem with black people being on screen. It's not about lazy representation. You literally repeated this from an earlier stream. Do I need to get mad at you? Can you figure out what you just typed that was wrong? Do I even need to like insult you? Figure out what's wrong with your statement. So, black actor, not character. Okay, I'm a little tired. What was wrong with your statement, sir? I'll tell you what's wrong with your fucking statement. I'll tell you what's wrong. Not everybody watches every stream, and over time, you garner new viewers. There will naturally be repetition. Okay? There will naturally be repetition. I will repeat things I've said on previous streams, and it's great that you might have seen it, but the world doesn't revolve around you. Other people watch. There are new viewers that might not have been, or old viewers that didn't see it initially, etc., etc., etc. So things will inevitably be repeated.
I'm coming from, because those are just my thoughts. What are yours?
Morales is a Spanish... Huh? Yeah, do you not think that they're black... Excuse me? You understand they're black Latinos, right? Like, a lot... Look at the fucking Dominican Republic. Look at, dude, Equatorial Guinea. Where is this shit, bro? Equatorial Guinea. Spanish-speaking country. I guess Hispanic might be the better word. Hispanic. Sorry, Hispanic. Sometimes I get mixed up with Hispanic and Latino. Hispanic is like Spanish speaking. Latino is some other shit.
Oh man, the comments.
And certainly people did tell this guy and absolutely ripped him to shreds when this short was originally posted and then posted on the internet. To the point where this blew up to such an extent, this guy, Bacon Guy, had to make a response. So let's see what he had to say.
A follow-up,
And I'm Dominican, by the way, not black.
Only delayed the controversy and probably made it worse. It was going to keep popping up until I talked about it, and probably even after that too. So if I have to be known for being homophobic, I'd rather it be for this video.
Surely there's got to be a better way of phrasing that, right? Surely.
Is he dude, this guy's about to, he like got called out for his take there. So in this video, he's about to like do the craziest, most like base doubling down possible. He's like, that video I don't feel like was the best display of my homophobia. So hopefully we're gonna top it in this one. Bro.
There's got to be. You would almost think that he doesn't want people to actually listen to his response or hear him out in any capacity.
One that's not a short where I can hopefully explain myself better. My first mistake with the original video was assuming my argument could stand without bringing religion into it. I don't know why I thought that, because at the end of the day, there's literally no reason to be against LGBT content in kids' movies unless you're religious. Why shouldn't kids know about that? Why shouldn't it be normal? To our current culture, homosexuality is just as normal and okay as any straight relationship, so why on earth would I be against two dudes holding hands when I love the straight romance and tangle?
So yes, when Bacon Guy said this in the original YouTube short...
but secondly,
Wait, so the other argument I have too is, even if this is like religiously motivated, right? The question would then be, surely he's like against the depiction of what he sees as sin, regardless of the type of sin, right? If it's homosexuality is sinful under my religious framework, therefore I am against its representation in media. Surely he gets mad when other, like, if a movie portrays gambling, surely he doesn't, or is no, gambling's not sin. What am I talking about? Is gambling sin? No. If a movie portrays like sex scene, well, he could be against sex scenes. If a movie portrays lying or being greedy, or why do you think gambling was a sin, bro? If a movie portrays lying or being greedy or being lustful, being lazy, is he against the portrayal of laziness in films? Does this guy not watch films about revenge because of like wrath? Sure, this guy doesn't watch revenge films, surely, right?
I think parents should be the one to talk to their kids about sexual topics, not billion-dollar corporations.
So hopefully, regardless wherever you're...
Well, yeah, you don't need to actually like include like some message. Like you could just like casually have, if you want, characters that are LGBT. Like it's not like a big deal.
Leaves do fall if you agree with Bacon Guy, if you're religious, if
you just like see it in a casual context, like it's like, okay, like you know what to expect, like, or it's like it's viewed as like an okay, acceptable thing for other people to do. So that way, if like your kid goes to school and like has a friend that ends up having two dads, right? He's not like gonna be like, what is this? What's happening?
Atheist, whatever politics that you decide to follow, whatever religion you do follow, you can see that this guy is a disingenuous...
No one identifies with those sins though, bro. Are you serious? You don't think there are like sub-communities that actively identify with greed? Like fucking, I don't know, drop shipping, trading, crypto, fucking, like you could find like sub-communities in the business world that actively identify with greed. Their goal is to make as as much money as possible. Gain as much for themselves as possible. There are, but movies normally depict those traits. I'm sorry, do you think revenge is universally depicted negatively in films? Revenge is like one of the most like cliche plot lines for a protagonist to undergo in a film. And yes, sometimes they'll portray the downsides of it to create conflict within the greater plot. But a lot of revenge storylines, I agree with you, you should condemn that too. Okay, so what's the problem? No one says what? What are you arguing right now, sir? What is the argument happening here? Most of the time it's cathartic in the moment, but not glorified. You don't think there are movies that like portray like how great of a life you have when you make it rich? They would condemn the glorification of sin. Yeah, but depiction is not necessarily glorification. So even if you're against the inclusion of like specifically LGBT messaging, the mere depiction of an LGBT character is not necessarily glorification.
Was lying piece of shit who ultimately lacks that thing that we call
Idealist YouTubers consistent. Yes, that's the problem with people who use religion as justification for like not liking or hating gay people, right? The same standards are just like not held to other sins, and isn't like the unifying belief under Christianity is that like we're all sinners, we've all sinned, we're all like on equal footing, and the only redemption is through Christ.
Ever wondered why Christianity seems to be known for its opposition to homosexuality? It's because that's found in the Bible. There's multiple different verses that either list it or mention it as a sin, including Leviticus 18:22, 1 Corinthians 6:9-10, and 1 Timothy 9-10.
When we're talking about a topic like this, it's very important to mention that not every person who's Christian or has a religious belief dislikes gay people or thinks the same way that this guy does. Just because you are Christian doesn't mean that you have to follow the exact same belief that this guy does.
Many people in churches have tried to alter the passages or reinterpret them, but the reason so many Christians still consider homosexuality to be a sin is because that is the most obvious interpretation of the passages. You have to stretch or change scripture to get a positive Christian view.
I agree. I think it's like cope when people try to pretend like the Bible was not speaking of homosexuality, right? Like Abaya does this. Like I agree that like yes, the Bible does have a negative view of homosexuality. Obviously, I don't know why people like try to pretend like it doesn't.
Of homosexuality. And if we change God's word to fit the current cultural moment, is he really the one in charge, or are we the ones in charge of God?
Ultimately, across the board, I think you should be respectful of religions, but I find it incredibly funny that he is actively weaponizing his own religion to just simply bash gay people and try and get himself out of a controversy, ultimately putting himself...
Well, I think the problem here is, like, I bet you if we were to go through this guy's content, he'd be treating homosexuality to a different standard than he'd be treating, like, the depiction of sin in other movies he's analyzed. He didn't just say, he didn't just condemn messaging in relation to homosexuality. He's also condemning he also condemns the mere depiction of it, right? And I doubt he would hold the same standard for other sins. One from Patrick Starr. I think God is it. Okay, that's blasphemy, little bro. I can't read that. I'm sorry.
Deeper into a controversy.
So circling back around...
Thank you so much for the $2.
The Nimona thing, that brings me to a question I hear all the time. Don't Christians hate gay people? I've heard that a lot in both real life and my own comment section, and the answer is no. Let's say you have a friend who smokes cigarettes.
There is no way this guy's about to make this comparison.
Called out? Specifically calling me out?
You would think when you're in a situation like this and you've already been...
Yeah, by the way, if you guys want to be my best friend like Patrick Stars, you can donate through Super Chat button, link in the description. You can also donate through Streamlabs, through the link in the description. Or no, Super Chat button is in the chat. Streamlabs link is in the description. You can also... We are 11 fucking likes away from 100 likes. If we can get 100 likes, you will make me the happiest little streamer in the world, okay? We have 124 watching. Surely there are 11 of you that can hit that button. 11 of you. Just 11 of you. That's all I'm asking for. Not a big ask.
Called out, you would refrain from like making any dumb comparisons or anything that would put you into controversy even further, and just simply explain your belief and put it out there.
One person listened to my message. You're very appreciated, sir. Very appreciated.
Even outside of the whole religious connotations and his explanation, surely anybody can understand why comparing smoking to being gay.
8 more people. 8 more. 6 more people. 6 more people. 6 more people hit that button. 6 more. Just 6. Just 6.
Is like an awful comparison.
You know what they're doing won't end well. So do you...
Okay, someone just online. Thank you, sir. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Hate them? Do you push them away because of their choices? No, you treat them like a human being. You treat them like your friend, because they are. Now on the flip side, do you affirm them in that choice? Do you tell them that they're so strong and so brave for smoking? No. If you truly believe that what they're doing isn't right, you wouldn't be a good friend if you lied to them. And
I think anybody can see, regardless of what religious beliefs you hold and what side of the political spectrum
3 more likes, folks. 3 more.
You fall on, that this is an incredibly flawed argument inherently. It's also the fact that this guy genuinely thought that putting this in a serious response video to him getting cancelled would go down well and help people understand what he actually means.
You have to lead every conversation with your thoughts on the matter. Do you think you'd help your friend out of smoking by nagging them about it all the time? At the end of the day, you can't make that decision for them. They have to make it themselves.
Being gay isn't like some horrific addiction. It isn't just like with cigarettes, where one day you can realize that, yes, I've gone too far with this, I think I need to stop, I'm addicted to these, I do this every single day, and then you decide consciously to make a decision to stop. That's not how that works. Again, it's an incredibly flawed comparison that just simply doesn't work.
Many of them are hateful towards people who struggle with homosexuality.
Bacon guy, I'm somebody who also struggles with that. Please could you help me out? I heard it's almost like being addicted to cigarettes.
But I want to draw your attention
True.
back to 1 Timothy 9-10 again. If you read off the list of sins, sure enough, homosexuality is one of them. But do you notice the one at the end? The Bible also points out lying as a sin. And while I assume not everyone who's watching this video is homosexual, I know for a fact everyone has told a lie. So that means that, essentially, we're all in the same boat.
Then am I missing something? Because he's single-handedly dismantled his own point in his own response video.
Yeah.
I was already sent this response video and told...
Yeah, he's just not... like, the problem comes down to religion doesn't work as a justification when your religion views several things besides homosexuality as equally sinful, and yet you just, like, fail to hold the same standard for those other sins. I don't think this guy's like genuinely hateful. I just think he's like very religious and misguided. And I don't think that he should be some like the problem I would have is just like completely like shaming this guy or I don't know. I don't like I think this guy isn't like a bad person. I just think he's probably like very misguided. And honestly, had I been born under different circumstances, I could absolutely be like him. So
what about it?
Wasn't eating yeah, but shellfish is so fucking delicious. Listen, eating shrimp is the temptation of the devil, but holy shit. Well, actually, no. Eating shellfish was only sinful under the Old Testament, right? And then if you believe that Jesus was the Messiah and you follow the New Testament, isn't it now no longer sinful? I could be wrong on that one.
Honestly, did not believe the things I was hearing and did not believe for a second it could be that idiotic. Well, it is.
Not a bad person. Surely there's no way I could end up in hell. The bad news is the Bible says that the wages of sin is death. It doesn't matter if you're gay, trans, straight, any of those labels.
Again, in his own response...
Also, this is another thing that confuses me, right? When the Bible talks about death, right? Because I viewed it as like a little contradictory. Isn't there like the story about like the woman that was going to be stoned? And Jesus said, those of you who are without sin, may you throw the first stone. In regards to like, just by virtue of her being a sinner, she shouldn't be like put to death, or everyone is sinful, or everyone bears sin and shouldn't judge other people in that sense. But the confusion would be as well, there's also a verse in the Bible that is allegedly translated to, if a man lieth with another man as he lieth with a woman, and there's a bit of confusion as to whether they meant man or boy. Some people say it was boy and it's just a criticism of pedophilia, not homosexuality, but other verses suggest that it is a criticism of homosexuality. Both shall surely be put to death. Now, does the Bible, my assumption is, because it seems a little contradictory based on throwing the first stone and putting to death, when the Bible discusses death, it means your soul not ascending to heaven, right? Because the gift offered by Jesus is eternal life. So when they say death, it's not talking about like mortal death. It's talking about going to hell, correct?
Video, he is dismantling his own points in his own response video. There's literally 0 point of me sitting here and talking about this because he's dismantling his own fucking points in his own response.
I don't know anything about Christianity. That was just how I think that could be interpreted.
Video.
If anyone follows Jesus' teachings and asks him to forgive their sins, they will be saved. If you're a Christian, when you die, God doesn't see all the sin you committed in your life. Instead, he sees the perfect life that Jesus lived, and because you place your faith and trust in him, God lets you into heaven.
Imagine making a response video where you waffle on for several minutes and then you end up ultimately dismantling your point several...
Exactly. As a Christian, I think we're all sinners, and gay sex and over is not for the sake of pleasure. Neither are mentioned in the New Testament. I believe we are all sinners is central. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously, like, I am against some of the messages I've interpreted in the Bible, but I still, I like some of the philosophy brought about by Christianity.
Separate times.
Referred to LGBT content as sexual content. That caused a lot of people to assume I saw moments like two guys holding hands, and in my mind I instantly jumped to gay sex, which was not what I meant at all. Because the Bible says homosexuality is a sin, it's not something I would want to show to children in a positive light. And that's the point I tried communicating that I think was communicated rather poorly. Like content that is sexual in nature, I think it's something parents should teach their children about, not movie studios like Disney or Netflix.
Again, why was this point not towards the beginning of the video instead of several minutes?
And also, like, what about just like mere neutral portrayal of it? Not as something that's like even like glorified, just something that merely exists, which it does in this world. Right? What about like neutral portrayal?
A pure waffle where he dismantles his own argument. Why was this not put towards the beginning of the video where this is the more important point? In this clip, he also says this.
Because the Bible says homosexuality is a sin, it's not something I would want to show to children in a positive light.
It can be spun in several different ways. If that's the case, where if a sin is seen as something that is good, do you think when he's watching a kid's film and somebody has to lie to a kid for the greater good and that is shown as something that is good, he would cry about it? A lot of the arguments that this guy's putting forward are heavily flawed and just aren't thought out or explained well enough.
Big push for me to watch Nimona, and I guess I thought my reasoning would be understandable.
Sorry, but if you thought that your reason would be understandable, you wouldn't have said this towards the beginning of the YouTube short.
I gotta say though, I'm gonna skip on watching Nimona, and the reason why isn't gonna be popular. I say I won't support Nimona, but I'm a huge supporter of Win or Lose, Spider-Verse 2, and Celeste, all of which have trans flags or storylines. So why am I okay with those, but not the one tiny mention of the cops in Gravity Falls being gay?
Feels like for every point he's made, he's written it into...
Well, couldn't he technically say, like, the Bible doesn't discuss being transgender as being sinful, right? But aren't there, like, isn't there, like, biblical, like, evidence that, like, towards, like, a negative stance against, like, what it views as body modification?
His script so it can be dismantled so easily, and he's actively dismantling it himself. Every turn, his logic is incredibly flawed, and statements he's made towards the beginning of the video just don't hold up or don't make any sense.
This is about the depiction of gay people within cartoons.
And you'd think if you are going to be giving these reasonings in a response video, you'd at least be consistent throughout the piece of content.
So yeah, those are films I'm flat out never going to support with my channel. Unless I'm forgetting something, the only openly LGBT property I have supported is Apex Legends, which, yeah, I have no excuses for that one. That was my absolute favorite game for a long time, but it is heavily full of LGBT characters, so supporting it went against my rule. I apologize for that.
What are we doing here? He just admitted himself that he went against his own logic and broke his own quote-unquote rule, and the whole reason we're in this mess in the
To be fair, it's not contradictory, right? He just sinned.
First place. Explain all his reasonings and when I firmly believe all of this, only towards the end of the video to say, actually, I put all of that aside because I really like this game, so...
I think we got a basic summary. I'm probably gonna wrap up stream here, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I might be live tomorrow, depending on if there's anything to cover, and assuming I don't have other plans, which I probably won't, so... I'll probably be live tomorrow, but I am going to head out. So thank you guys so much for watching, as always. If 3 of you like on your fucking way out, we hit 100 likes. That'd be so based in Kino. And until next time, see you guys later. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna raid you into someone. Who am I raiding you into? There's no one to raid you into.